Señoras y señores, muy buenos días.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Be welcome to this 8th Ministerial Conference on the Information Society in Latin America and the Caribbean, ELAC 2024. This conference is organized by the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, ECLAC, together with the government of Uruguay through the e-government and information society and knowledge agency, AGESIC. It starts today and will be meeting until Friday. It is going to be attended by national and international authorities and experts in digital matters. During this meeting, Uruguay will chair ELAC until 2024. There will also be priorities defined at the regional level in terms of the digital agenda for Latin America and the Caribbean. This event is being streamed through the YouTube channel of ECLAC, and you can follow us through hashtag ELAC 2024 in the networks. And there you will have access to the material. We'd like to thank all of you present here and virtually. And we're going to start then for the opening session to Rodrigo Ferrez, who is the Undersecretary of the President of Uruguay, Edward Powers, Executive Director of AGESIC, Jose Sirinac, Secretary General, Executive General, and of ECLAC. And the representative of the United Nations, we're going to give the floor to the representative of the government of Uruguay, Rodrigo Ferrez. Good morning. Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, Jose Manuel Salazar Sirinac. Mr. Herbert Powers, Executive Director of the National Agency for E-Government and the Information Society, AGESIC of Uruguay, and Pablo Ruiz Niebra, United Nations Resident Coordinator in Uruguay. Ladies and gentlemen, be all welcome to the President's Office of Uruguay. We are in a very important event or forum. This is the 8th ministerial meeting on the information society in Latin America and the Caribbean. It is not new. There is no microphone, I'm sorry. It is very clear that there has been high technological progress made in science, and this has had a positive impact on the relations among public administrations and the relations among individuals, companies, and labor relations. Progress has also been made thanks to the digitalization during the pandemic. The pandemic made the use of technology progress. Progress has been made in the field of exact sciences, creating various technologies and various platforms involving digitalization, but also many other things, the right governing regulations, governing these new fields, social sciences, exact sciences that involve the digital agenda or building the digital agendas. All these matters will be discussed here, and all these matters are cross-cutting matters. There are many things where digitalization is introduced and becomes a tool to make changes and to carry out public policies. Those of us responsible for public activities, or those of us who are temporary civil servants or who are working in the government, it is clear that we have to look forward, that we have to foresee certain situations And such situations involve the people's needs, citizens' needs. To foresee means to design public policies and carry them out, knowing what the people's needs are. To that end, we must work not only following our responsibilities, but also effectively, that is, how to choose the adequate means to comply with the means of the public administration to cater for the general interest and to provide what everyone expects of administration, everything that involves digitalization and technological progress are means, are techniques, are tools whereby the rulers must focus on the duties of the government, that is, means towards the achievement of a general good. Public administration means service, and that service, a civil servant from the etymological point of view, this means necessarily serving the general interest objectively. I think Article 113 of the Spanish Constitution says that public service will serve objectively the general interests of the country. And that, in fact, is the focus, is the background to have to take into account human beings and to choose the right means to carry out public policies efficiently and effectively, following the principle of subsidiarity, and be prudent and cautious and take into account solidarity, take into account the development of science to serve well all public ends. Everything that will be discussed today, and particularly digitalization, that is making more and more progress in a better manner, all those are very necessary and well thought out tools that must be used the best way possible, taking into account the general interest and the public ends, and at the end of the day, the rights of the citizens. Once again, I'd like to welcome you all, and I wish that all these exchanges and sharing of information will be very enriching to you all. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rodrigo Ferrez. We're now giving the floor to Mr. Ever Powers, Executive Director of the National Agency for E-Government and the Information Society, AGESIC, VROY. Thank you, Rafael. Thank you, Mr. Undersecretary. It's a pleasure to be here and to be here with all of you. The formal opening of this meeting has been a great challenge in these times where agendas are very tight. Perhaps football has had some influence in our region, but it's important to have representatives from all the countries in the region. It's an honor, and we also feel very proud of it. About 2 weeks ago, we held an event in Punta del Este. It was called Test and Invest Uruguay. The president of Uruguay, together with the Minister of Industry and authorities from the Ministry of Industry, submitted a project called Innovation Hub. Such a project wishes to empower all the ecosystem of technologies here in Uruguay, but I'd like to take it as a concept rather than as a project, because an innovation hub cannot stem unless there is a strong support from the public sector. The public sector must be a platform for that hub and must be at the level of that challenge. And how can the public sector, with our digital agendas, to be at that level and take up the challenge? until President, Mr. Gabriel Urmendes, President of the Uruguayan Telecom, is in a sustainable manner improving communication in Europe, which is very good. Structure and communication reaches almost 100% of the population, and almost 84% of rural schools will be connected to the broadband. In 2020, those schools reached 20%. In the latest research study that we made, 96% of adults answered that had entered into the internet the previous month, and 94% of them did it on a daily basis. Uruguay has also been working to become a hub for information security together with the European Union. We are working on ELAC so that Uruguay can become a security hub, and to work on that innovation hub. We rank 5th in the Global Security Index in our region. We have carried out and planned courses in our technical and technological university. We are working very strongly on emerging technologies applied to the public sector, but also with a leg in the private sector, thinking about the government as a platform. And as the Undersecretary said, we would like to offer all this to the public sector, but we are in a position to open those solutions to the private sector together with the government as a platform. We are working on emerging technologies, on artificial intelligence, on machine learning, and we're also working on blockchain. We are integrating blockchain. And what we want for our country and the region is more agile services, simpler services. And I'm underscoring what Mr. Undersecretary said. The focus is the citizen, the person. The state holds a lot of data. We must generate information, and that information is going to be used for decision-making processes, for quality services. It's information so that the life of the people interacting with us can be simpler. Our commitment is to generate digital citizenship. We have an infrastructure and connectivity, but if we haven't got a digital citizenship, even if we have the best solutions as a state, providing that to the citizens, we won't be doing it correctly. Digital citizenship means to trust the tool, but also to have the skills, trust yourself and in yourself. And once you face those tools, you have the necessary capacity to use them, and therefore the investment made by the state can be efficient. Thinking around solutions that can be mobile first by design, because the challenge lies to reach the largest number of people possible. Only 30% goes into the internet through laptops or desktops, and the rest does it using their mobile phones. We are engaged and committed with this region, particularly with the transboundary digital signature. Last week, Uruguay was awarded a prize developed by the INHUB, the security team of AGESIC, where you can sign and validate in Uruguay. But there are colleagues of us who were with us last week in Peru and are also doing this. Secretary Micaela Sanchez Malcolm proposed to hold a meeting to carry out this solution to Argentina, digital transponder digital signature. And of course, our account rendering, transparency, or something that in English, this is called accountability. Uruguay forms part of OCP, RPA. We have published our 5th plan of open government, but there are 2 fundamental pillars which are legal laws. We have a law protecting access to personal data, and also an agreement with Europe, and also another law governing digital access, because digital transformation is very good, it does good, but our responsibility is to become more and more open, more and more transparent. As the Undersecretary of the President said, he mentioned the duties of the government, and sometimes you hear that you are more efficient and more transparent when you have technology. All right, those are the duties of the state. State must be necessarily transparent and effective, and it must improve more and more. But of course, technology helps you out a lot, because it also democratizes the population. Probably nobody imagined 20 years ago that Uruguay was one of the 12 best countries in the world to manage the pandemic thanks to the digital transformation. Nobody would have said that with the vaccination agenda, we would have vaccinated our population in a cross-cutting manner with a multi-channel access in record time, with a first in, first out solution. That is, when you ask to be vaccinated, you would be sent to the closest place to be vaccinated next to you. It's 17 years ago we held one first meeting. This is the 8th meeting. And in Uruguay, digital agendas have been a state policy since 1999. To conclude, I would like to show you a video that sums up the work that we've been doing and where we are heading to. It in Uruguay innovates and advances. We are the second producer of clean energies in the world, and we believe that the energy future lies with green hydrogen, and that's why we developed H2Q. We will be able to reduce carbon emissions. We were the first in the world to give children a laptop, school children a laptop. We are the second exporter of software in the world. We have developed e-government in the world. We form part of T9. We have the largest coverage of optic fiber in technology in our region. We are making progress in low emission technologies to develop circular economy and 4.0 industry. Our IT is already 30 years old, and we are chosen by large companies like Global, Nestle, Mercado Libre, who are set up here. Volkswagen used Uruguay to focus on its e-cars, and Uruguayan unicorns rank high in Wall Street, and we develop the best videos in the world. We produce satellites that are in the orbit. We have sophisticated medical devices, robot world meetings. We produce a lot of scientific knowledge. We really do our best with our brains. For 30 years, Uruguay has been planting millions of trees to develop a forestry industry in a sustainable manner, in a harmonious manner with the environment, looking into biodiversity. This activity is supplemented with our cattle breeding, production, capturing greenhouse effect gases. Our native forests grow every year because we are friends of nature. We evolve in the made in nature to produce the best meat in the world. We've been pioneers in deploying a traceability system whereby we can identify each one of our 12 million cattle head, which are the fruit of a genetic evolution that is unique. With 400 years of history, we provide the world with high quality food, citrus, wheat, dairy products, wine, wool, etc. We are very disruptive. We sell caviar to Russia, coffee to Colombia, olive oil to Spain. We provide ice to Japan, and Our fashion is in many high quality magazines who export design in fashion, in architecture, in jewelry. Our country is shown also in its possibility of producing films for Disney, Netflix, HBO. Made in Uruguay makes you electric. We make a lot of thinking. We have decided this is our time. This is the time of Uruguay, a country at a human scale, creative, hardworking, serious, relaxing, that respires and breathes freedom and that conquers the world with its quality products produced by our own people, unusual and free. Test Uruguay.
We rank first in Latin America in the latest ranking of Endesa, in the open data barometer, and in digital nations. We rank first, as we saw in the video, in the world in the program One Laptop Per Child, and fifth in terms of security in the region. But that does not imply that we feel comfortable with that. We now face new challenges, nevertheless. And in this presidency that we take on together with the region, we wish to improve jointly. So Uruguay is the first country that is willing to cooperate and exchange with the region, because as governors, it is our responsibility not to leave anyone behind. Thank you very much. Thank you, Herbert Paguas. We now give the floor to the resident coordinator of the United Nations in Uruguay, Pablo Ruiz Yebra. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this ministerial conference. I'd like to, first of all, greet the host country, Uruguay, represented here by Rodrigo Ferrez, Deputy Secretary to the President's Office, who made a great presentation on the work of the public sector. And we tend to forget how relevant this all is. We play a public role here. And I'd also like to thank Herbert for his presentation, to all the delegations here, and of course to the members of the diplomatic corps who are here with us, my colleagues of the United Nations, I see UNDP, UNESCO, and others, counterparts here, and all those who participate in this important event. And of course, Jose Manuel, who has just arrived and has just taken office a month and a half ago, almost 2 months ago. So I won't explain what ECLAC is for the region, but this Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean is a very special agency of the United Nations and has had an influence that has been instrumental for the development of the region. And we are confident that under the leadership of Jose Manuel, this will continue to be so. We'll have, without doubt, many opportunities to continue this work for the peace and prosperity of the world. I want to be very brief, so I'd only say that on behalf of the UN representation in Uruguay, we will be committed with the discussion that will be taking place, speaking about the future, about speaking of information, of science, of changes in the labor market, about the fourth industrial revolution. So very humbly, UN Uruguay, together with the agencies that participate in this effort, will be working hand in hand with the government and all the stakeholders of the society regarding this leap that is required, and now, of course, firmly committed with the program and the development of different programs together with the government agencies and with AGESIC, among other agencies, and the President's Office. So we are fully committed to supporting these topics, and will be looking forward to listening to the ideas and best practices, as well as the suggestions that might arise from this very important ministerial conference. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Ruiz. And to finish with the opening session of this conference, we'll now give the floor to José Manuel Salazar Quiriñax, Executive Secretary of ECLAC. Good morning, everyone. It is a true honor for me to welcome you and to join the previous speakers in welcoming you to this meeting, this 8th Ministerial Conference on the Information Society in Latin America and the Caribbean. So I'd like to start greeting and thanking the government of Uruguay for the hospitality and for being the venue of this conference, particularly Mr. Rodrigo Ferrez, representing the government and as Deputy Secretary of the President's Office in Uruguay. And I'd also like to congratulate you on this video, which fills us with enthusiasm and really sets the atmosphere for starting this conversation. And we should be so encouraged by this because digital transformation is one of the most amazing transforming elements that we can have and that we can work on in Latin American countries. I would also like to thank Viana Maino, Minister of Telecommunications and Information Society in Ecuador. I recognize and thank her for her work leading the digital agenda, regional agenda for the 2020-2022 period. The activities really organized under her presidency have strengthened the cooperation mechanisms and a joint vision on the fundamental pillars for the digital transformation in the region, while generating the ideal space to deepen in the constant exchange of best practices and success cases. So we will continue expanding this now under the leadership of Uruguay. I'd also like to thank Herbert Paguas, the Executive Director of the National Agency for E-Government and Information Society in Uruguay. Congratulations. He has just been elected 45 minutes ago as chair of this conference. A big round of applause for him. Together with him and with his entire team, we have been organizing this ministerial conference as well as other activities in the framework of this meeting. So I'd like to thank the entire team of ECLAC for their work. They have been working tirelessly in the preparation of this conference. They prepared the position document and have participated in all the aspects. I would also like to greet the resident coordinator of the United Nations in Uruguay, Pablo Ruiz Yebra, as well as all the authorities and representatives of the diplomatic corps, government agencies, private sector, so important in this field and in all fields, of course, who are leading many of the changes. I'd like to thank the technical community, the academia, the civil society, who will be joining us over the coming 3 days in Montevideo. Today, the region, and I'd like to start with a reflection regarding the moment we are living in Latin America and the world. So today, in the ECLAC sessions held a couple of weeks ago, we recognize that we are really going through a crisis of development, and we're not exaggerating when we look at the numbers. This is reflected in the deterioration of multiple well-being indicators and of social development. The productivity curve is not a curve, it is a straight line in Latin America. It's quite a disaster. And a deterioration of poverty, of health, of education, employment. There is a certain recovery, but we had a very serious situation regarding employment prior to the pandemic and even more afterwards. In terms of gender equity, last week we held a very important meeting with 1,500 delegates, all the feminist movements, different NGOs, the ministers in charge of gender issues, and we looked into the enormous divide that exists in the region. And also, we looked at the opportunities, and many opportunities have to do with the topic that has to do with this meeting. And there are also a crisis in terms of trust regarding the different agencies. So we are facing a large number of different crises. Between 2014 and 2023, the region will be experiencing the lowest growth of the past 7 decades. We prepared a graph starting in 2014, including the forecast to 2023, showing the growth rate. This is the 9th year of that decade. So you can imagine that the growth rate of the past 9 years in average is 0.8%. That is the average for Latin America and the Caribbean. This is less than half the growth we had in the famous lost decade of the 80s. So this is a decade that we had to invent a new word. It's even a decade that is even worse than the lost decade of the 80s. This is so serious because the cumulative effects are very big in terms of restricting, in terms of the labor market, in terms of poverty. This is most serious. In addition to this, many of the improvements achieved at social level of the past 20 years are fading out with such a very low growth rate in terms of employment generation and others. So the conclusion is that we have to work both to reduce inequality and to produce wealth, to create wealth. So we have to be progressive in Latin America, and this implies concern for inequality and for poverty. So with that vision for the future, we really have to work on the concept of wealth creation. And this has to do with increasing productivity and also is related to digital transformation. In addition to this challenging regional context, there are a whole series of trends and global problems that strongly affect the possibilities of development in our region. For example, the environmental and climate crisis, the dramatic migration movements, the accelerated technological change, the geopolitical tensions globally, the acceleration of the inflationary processes resulting from the war in Ukraine. These are just some examples, and we might envisage a slight change maybe in the first quarter of the next year, unless we get a black swan, because we see that there is a slight indications for change. But we see that there might be a turning point for the early months of 2023. But of course, these things evolve very slowly. In addition to that, globalization is no longer what it was over the past 30 years. Globalization has slowed down. International trade has been affected. There is an increasing mistrust and rivalry between different economic and commercial blocs. Even the governments seek to prioritize objectives of self-sufficiency and security. We now have security not only from the military standpoint, but also in terms of energy, of food security, health security, and even in terms of production. We hear about the reconfiguration of the global value chains. For example, there is a kind of mistrust in the sense that some countries are friendlier than others. And this is all the result of globalization and is quite different from the context we had in the past. So there is a reassertion of a regionalization. This creates new opportunities, relocation of activities, and other issues. We are aware that there will be opportunities for growth, but this might involve great costs.
Within that framework, digitalization is one of the priority areas for ECLAC for the development models in Latin America and the Caribbean. For ECLAC and for all of us present here, we are fully persuaded of this, and this is self-evident. I must highlight that while the international goods trade has become industrialized, the opposite has happened with services. If you look at the graphs of services at world level and at region level, there's been an explosion of e-commerce, of all services under the internet. And we've seen in the video how Uruguay is one of the countries in Latin America that is benefiting from that and taking advantage of it the most. And it's something that we have to have clear in mind. It's something that has to be introduced in the development strategies to attract investment, to support development in all sectors. It's one new wonderful trend of globalization. However, digital transformation isn't a linear process or a uniform one, and the adoption of digital technologies must be supported by structures, heterogeneous structures, and there are also problems in vulnerable middle class and formal labor, access to services. And of course, there it's very clear that to be able to move forward in the digital transformation, we're going to talk about connectivity and all that, but there are human talent is the main factor. If you don't have enough skills, these are sectors of enormous opportunities, but it's going to be providing jobs and creating jobs for people who are well trained. Therefore, to be able to move forward to a true digital inclusion process, we need a group of rules and policies facilitating their use and application in all the sectors, companies, government, all sectors. It's important to empower the digital technologies, but also to reduce the negative impact of technology in terms of inequality, data protection, and so on in other areas that are going to that we are going to be talking about. Countries must reinforce internationalization and modernize regulatory frameworks and improve coordination among different areas. That is fundamental to reach common goals in terms of connectivity and deploying infrastructure, development of digital skills, and promoting entrepreneurship and innovation. The digital agenda of Latin America and the Caribbean, ELAC, is now celebrating 17 years and has created enormous capacities in terms of dialogue and cooperation, and its agreements were crucial to consolidate a common vision on necessary mechanisms. And in that way, we have articulated a multi-sectoral level, organizations of the civil society, the technical community following common goals, and has contributed to the coordination of research activities, creating knowledge, strengthening capacity and technical cooperation. An example of this is the work that we've been doing in the past few years with the different commercial blocks around the need to make progress towards a regional digital market. That's very important, and we believe that that's part of our next stage, the large dream of regional integration in Latin America, the economic integration, apart from promoting economic sector and services, everything that means in terms of regulations. Looking to the future, the multi-sectoral and multilateral cooperation spaces are becoming more and more important, particularly because of the transboundary nature of the internet and the growing challenges in terms of digital commerce, security, data flows, all the standards related to the new technologies. The purpose must be to build a global digital governance framework so that everyone can benefit effectively from digitalization opportunities. Within that framework, the regional digital agenda involves enormous challenges, and to that end, dialogue and synergies must be strengthened with other regional mechanisms of regional international cooperation. Likewise, a larger effort should be made to integrate within the mechanisms to public and private institutions that are not immersed in digital matters in a traditional manner. For example, ministries and institutions of the social area, education and health, and the necessary improvement of education. And that was clear during the pandemic, all sectors, of course, the productive sector as well, agriculture, industry. On the other hand, it's necessary to reinforce the dynamic of technical cooperation and deliver instruments that guide and facilitate the design of policies and rural convergence. In these 3 days, we'll have the chance to analyze and ponder in depth about these and other topics, knowing diverse experience, identifying innovative solutions to common problems, to share best practices, and to create new alliances to promote regional integration and digital transformation. Dear friends, authorities, already in 2020, following the roadmap on digital cooperation, Secretary General of the UN made a call to strengthen world digital cooperation. The challenges that we must face in the region in the future are very large and are uncertain. Only by means of the collaboration of all of us will be able to carry out the implementation of the agreements within the framework of the digital agenda, ILAC, and to build together in the digital era. Once again, I think that I was very much impressed by the video has just been shown, and that is an injection of enthusiasm to start this very important discussion. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much to the participants in this opening session. You can leave the stage and come down to the audience. We're going to give the chance to the photographers and the media to take a photograph of this opening session of ILAC 2024. Thank you. Jose, please stay on because he is going to continue with our program, starting with his presentation. Jose Manuel Salazar Chirinac, Executive Secretary of ICLAC, will show us, will submit a document which is digital path for Latin America and the Caribbean. So once again, please. What I'm going to do is to present the document that we have prepared as the main document, as an input for this meeting. Once again, I'd like to thank all the team of ECLAC and all the authorities and experts and staff providing input to this document. This is the title, A Digital Path for Sustainable Development in Latin America and the Caribbean. It was prepared, of course, by ECLAC as a technical secretariat for this ministerial conference on the information society in Latin America and the Caribbean. We are analyzing the digital transformation process in the world and in our region. There has been a strong growth as a result of the pandemic of COVID-19, and in fact, there's turning point there in the intensity and use of digital solutions to carry out economic and social activities of all kinds. However, the pandemic also showed a deep gap among deep digital gap among countries, and we know that that's a synonym of inequality and exclusion. It's a new type. Before talking about illiteracy, which unfortunately goes on existing, and now we have digital literacy. ECLAC stated in its last period of sessions the need to focus on trying to improve productivity, and we know that we have to act urgently to increase our ambition level. We don't have to make gradual changes or timid changes, but we have to be audacious where equality and sustainability are the focus of all public policies. And you can argue and you can affirm that it's part of our hope that although the pandemic has had a strong impact, it has also opened up spaces for dialogues and realizing this urgency that we have to leave our comfort area. There was no justification to do it before the pandemic, but certainly there's a lot of dialogue now, and in many areas and communities of policy, there's a new sense, a new idea that we have to innovate, that we have to make our best efforts for extraordinary circumstances. We believe that digital technology may become a very powerful tool to move forward in that direction. And the title of this document proposes a digital path for the sustainable development of Latin America and the Caribbean. Thus, this document is a proposal for a roadmap in terms of digital solutions being supplemented with a new digital agenda towards 2024 that we hope will be passed and approved in this meeting. This slide shows the main message of our document. As I said, digital technologies are a key tool towards sustainable development. In that way, we can improve the efficiency of resources, new ways of consumption in all matters. Effective connectivity and skills development are enabling technologies to participate in the digital technologies and solutions. This involves access to internet in an affordable manner to make an intensive use of data and solutions. Skills are essential to take advantage of the benefits of technologies and benefit from social activities. This also requires a dynamic digital ecosystem where technological-based companies producing digital solutions according to our needs. That ecosystem can also contribute to the digitalization, modernization of sectors that were lying behind and increasing productivity. And this, in fact, shows that there have been very important progress in the ecosystems of startups stressing the digital. And the fourth message is that digital transformation poses enormous challenges for governance institutionality. We have to have a very clear and precise leadership in this matter, as in all matters, but particular, this one is very complex because it is of a cross-cutting nature and the technical skills required by agencies and institutions in charge of it. And this involves having the necessary tools and the necessary resources in the market, also to facilitate the coordination with other ambits of public policies.
A complex global scenario, which I referred to in my opening words, is the following. Today, we observe a marked global situation with multiple changes, both in context and in structure. The situation is longer what it was before. The multilateral form of a trade with rules and trust in these rules, and large fragmentation in terms of production, and so on. All this has changed. So we have regionalization that has increased. There have been protectionist trends, reconfiguration, and reconcentration of global change, a new geography of the supply chain, and this creates opportunities to participate in this geography. And this also changes the situation of employment. There have been increased migration flows in 2020. 281 million people in the world were not living in their country of origin, 4% of the world population. This was only 2.8 of the global population 20 years ago. Another trend is the increased industrial policies and friendshoring, and it has to do with regionalization of the production matrices. There is also focus on food security and energy security. And the risk of all these trends towards regionalization, if certain red lines are overcome, we can lead to a fragmentation of the world in economic blocks and a weakness of the multilateral system. So we have to see how the multilateral system and how the United Nations responds to this. So over the past 20 years, many things have changed. We now are facing less growth, more inflation, higher interest rates for 20 years. The discussion of the central banks was to have the zero lower bound, and how the monetary policy would evolve if the rates were zero or very low. But this situation has changed completely. We're now facing an era with positive interest rates. Hopefully, this won't continue to increase, but rather that they decrease. There are greater vulnerabilities, greater debt, and increased uncertainties. And one of the most important long-term trends is a technological revolution that has an impact in all fields. Now, the digital revolution is giving rise to a new era with changes in the consumption models, in production and business models. And these are, in fact, the result of the combined adoption of several revolutions. We hear about technological revolution, but there are several technological revolutions in the bio area, in genetics, in digital, and artificial intelligence, microdata, cloud computing, robotics, Internet of Things. So it is the convergence of many of these new technologies that is generating the new consumption, production, and business models, new hiring models for the labor force. This has an immense impact on the labor market and how hiring, we have smart factories and many other types of innovations. So in this new era, we have renewed sources for value creation based on knowledge of big data, of smart systems. And based on these new forms of creation, we can improve productivity, sustainability, and the social context. Here we see the digitalization process that has taken place in the last decade. For example, the number of internet users has duplicated. The penetration is now 63% of the global population. The number of connected devices, Internet of Things, has increased 11-fold. We have about 12 billion devices connected at the end of 2021. The volume of data has increased 16 times. We have an 80 zettabyte traffic. All this is reflected in a changing pattern of international trade, which has been very dynamic in terms of e-commerce and exports of digital services. This is the green line on the graph compared to exports of goods and traditional goods and services, which has grown more slowly, which are the blue and brown lines. Digital expansion appears to be immune to the economic cycles. Over the decade, the growth has been accelerated and continuous. In one of the major economic contractions, we had one of the largest increases of e-commerce and the digital industry. So this industry does not follow the economic cycle like other industries as tourism and other industries. This continues to increase. Of course, it is very helpful when the context is favorable. So we have new players that have become very relevant in the economy. For example, companies such as Apple, Microsoft, and Amazon Meta, WhatsApp, and others. These are some of the most valuable companies in the world regarding capitalization in the market. Between 2010 and 2022, the digital industry increased from 13% to 27% in global terms. These are the 5,000 most valuable companies in the world. This is a graph on the left. Over the same period in Latin America and the Caribbean, the digital industry increased its share from 7 to 11%. And we use here the market value of the 500 most valuable companies. In both cases, the largest weight of the digital industry is explained by the e-commerce platforms and internet services. This gives rise to the emergence of new stakeholders and disruptive changes in some of the production sectors. Digitization also brought about changes in the labor market. There's a greater demand for specialized, high-skilled personnel. This is for business models and production systems. This requires hiring skilled workers. This is a skill-biased technical change. The economists might have heard about this because this is therefore skill-biased or skill-focused. So this leads to inequalities in terms of salary. There are new hiring methodologies. There's greater flexibility in terms of working conditions. There is on-demand work, part-time work, compared to workers that follow the traditional model. This is changing in many industries. There are new remote working modalities, teleworking, and what we call the digital nomads. This leads to contradictory trends. Some types of employment favor the lifestyle some people wish to have, but many employments don't meet the classic working regulations. In terms of employment, a lot has been said about technological unemployment. For example, job destruction takes place at a fast rate compared to job creation in exchange for robotization. So this requires empirical responses from the country. We read many articles that are very pessimistic. We read other papers that are very optimistic, but it is quite true that the high-skilled jobs are in very high demand, and there is an accelerated process of obsolescence of traditional skills. These are part of the challenges that education systems have. So digitization affects many of the low complexity jobs. So to counteract the undesired effects, one of the responses in terms of policies is that the population has to develop digital skills. This includes the working with new technologies, the development of soft skills, which are not soft at all, but are very important. This slide shows how the most developed countries have begun to implement policies to speed up the dissemination of digital technologies. This started a long time ago, rather, but they are really speeding up the process. They are adopting digital aspects and including these into the productive policies and with a focus on the new 4.0 paradigm. Many countries have started with ambitious programs for production. For example, in China, Made in China 2025, and in Germany, they have Industry 4.0, and India, Make in India. And we speak about 4.0 industry. Agriculture is 4.0 and services are 4.0. It's not just industry on its own. This is applied to all the production processes, business, services, whatever. We have to be very quite clear about this. So this might lead to rivalry, to technological supremacy, challenging standards, in addition to manufacturing of microprocessors. So there's a rivalry between blocks and between leading countries focused on issues related to patents, standards for the internet, with regulation, with production of certain inputs or key products, such as microprocessors. So part of the new industrial policies are strong incentives so that these processes are produced in certain places. So this competition for technological predominance and the tensions has shown the need of requiring collective multilateral actions in order to respond to the common challenges we face. Now let us take a look at some of the trends in Latin America and the Caribbean. The arrival of COVID-19 in March 2020 led to the fact that entertainment and social media underwent a major transformation, not just for the purpose of entertainment. Digitalization sped up in terms of new uses of technology and greater innovation. Increase in traffic in e-commerce, in e-banking. In August 2022, the largest number of traffic corresponds to e-commerce. This is 54%, followed by banking and financial services, 16%. So this shows a change in the behavior of consumers and adoption of digital services. This then led to a much greater participation in the economy and in the labor market. This has led to innovation and entrepreneurship. Between 2018 and 2022, the number of unicorns in the region increased from to 24. Most are fintechs. 57% are unicorns concentrated in fintech and 24% in e-commerce. As regards e-commerce, you can see the growth of e-commerce, both transboundary and regional. And you can see that it was almost 230,000 with a large increase in relation to previous years. Most of the domestic transactions in e-commerce are in these companies and international companies operating in national regions. E-commerce is dominated by large companies such as eBay and Alibaba. And this opens up large opportunities for this electronic transboundary commerce. Something that's very interesting is that the state has been a large factor to make the region more dynamic, and there has been a strong increase, particularly online commerce, and a high percentage, according to United Nations survey. In the region, Uruguay leads the way, followed by Argentina, Costa Rica, and other countries. Following a workshopping exercise, there was a large digitalization, particularly in the migration, tele-education, healthcare, mainly telemedicine, vaccine follow-up, and social services and ID proceedings. As regards social policies, our digital transformation is enormous, and that's why we have now a precision
social policy where we are avoiding intermediation leading to corruption, for instance. And so the offer of services of social interest has been a very powerful engine for digitalization. Let us look at some of the challenges for the region in the digital age. One big challenge is the connectivity gaps, conditioning inclusion or exclusion. In spite of the large progress made in the past few years in matters of access and connectivity, there are still big gaps. There are different dimensions regarding to the household income or the households that are not connected, where we have a difference. Almost half of the households of the lowest quintile, as you can see on the screen, connectivity lacking in 43% of the poorest households. Another challenge related to connectivity involves the affordability of effective connectivity. At ECLAC, we have estimated the impact on the consequences of having access to broadband, e-commerce, adequate services to provide simultaneous connectivity to the members of the household and pertinent contents. The cost of monthly cost of a basic digital basket has a large percentage of those households. Therefore, it's important to provide a subsidy so that the poorest households can have access to digital services. Likewise, we've also identified important differences in relation to the quality and characteristics of the connectivity services provided by various countries. To that end, this connectivity speeds have been studied in relation to prepaid packages, and we have found very important differences. Taking into account the extremes, we can see, for instance, in the case of Chile, that for about $15, speeds are about 280 megabytes. And then on the other hand, in the case of Bolivia, for a very similar rate, the speeds are about 40 megabytes. This shows that there are differences in affordability, not only in having access to the service, but also in the quality, in the broadband, and the speed. Now, as regards mature digital technologies, such as the use of the internet, we can see a large adoption. However, as technologies become more and more sophisticated, adoption level is reduced. Advanced technologies as robots and big data analysis or e-cloud, there are very low adoption levels, mainly in countries where we have information. This cloud information, there are many large companies and many households, but as regards the public sector, I think that the picture is just starting. There are very few, and there are quite a large concerns how to migrate and how can all those data be lodged in the cloud. And if they are not in the cloud, they are somewhere here, and that's a question of security. It's also important to mention the need to provide more information and comparable statistics so that we can monitor and compare the adoption of these technologies in various productive sectors. Another challenge is that the quality of the connection is a condition for the type of service and the possibility of using more than one device. Among the countries in the region, broadband scenario is different in different countries, where we have countries where more than 100 megabytes per second in latency. Those countries in Latin America can be compared to some advanced technologies as Japan, the Republic of Korea, and the US. Now, on the other hand, Argentina, Costa Rica, Mexico, and Uruguay and Peru, an intermediate situation where the speed is more than 50 megabytes per second, and the average of the region, whereas the plurinational state of Bolivia, El Salvador, Haiti, and Honduras are lagging behind. In the case of mobile broadband, there is more homogeneity in the countries in relation to the speeds and average latencies. However, there is a clear delay in relation to more advanced countries such as the Republic of Korea or the US. In Latin America, the most used mode is mobile. And that's why the quality of that service could have a largest impact on having access, because mobile is not the most adequate for many services for users. A fifth challenge is the skills necessary to use digital devices, communication networks, to have access to the information, manage that information, as well as those that empower the digital transformation, looking for basic searches, sending emails, and more specialized matters. As regards the basic digital skills and medium and high, we can see that the countries in the region are lagging behind in relation to more advanced economies. Just to give you an example, in Korea, 84% of the population has digital medium average digital skills, that is, they can use and have access to software. The best position in the region is Chile, with just 26%. Now, this situation poses important challenges for the population as a whole, that they could be taking more advantage of digital technologies. So the question of skills is important. And as I've indicated, Latin American, Caribbean countries are also facing the challenge of improving connectivity for coverage and connectivity. And therefore, mobile networks can contribute in a fundamental manner. This technology is a key to face the Internet of Things and the promise of intelligent cities, inter alia. However, according to the MSA, probabilities, the region is lagging behind. It would only have 12% penetration in 2025, while the world average is over double, and in North America and China is 5 and 6 times higher, respectively. The existing projections estimate that you need almost $120 billion investment in the next 7 years in Argentina, Brazil, Chile, Colombia, Mexico, and Peru to attain the 5G deployment. You need regulatory framework to facilitate those investment levels, to produce incentives, legal certainty in the radiological spectrum. In order to strengthen digital governance, you have to have mechanisms having an impact on all factors promoting digital transformation. That includes the transformation and implementation of agendas, digital national agendas that are comprehensive, maintaining them along the time, clear institutional arrangements to lead and promote this process, and of course, budgets, money. Most the clearest items have to do with the digital skills, infrastructure, connectivity, access, and e-commerce. In a lower number of countries, we can see that these tools are supplemented with sectoral plans to promote the adoption of digital technologies in areas such as education, healthcare, culture, industry. However, more countries must introduce subjects such as artificial intelligence, intelligent cities, the environment, and also the gender perspective in all these areas. On the other hand, we must also protect institutionality in digital agendas, that is the hierarchy, the authority, who is leading, and how much is that close to the president, so that it becomes cross-cutting. Also, the capacity for calling into action and the necessary actors, as well as budgets. Therefore, this question of governance and institutionality and budget are a key part of the answer to the question as how to move forward in the digital transformation. To conclude, the document that we are presenting today is a summary of all the possibilities for a sustainable and inclusive digitalization with a comprehensive long-term outlook that we consider essential for this matter. And those 5 action areas are the 3 that you have on the screen and 2 more on the next screen. Now, as regards the creating enabling conditions, there you can see broaden service coverage, ensure effective universal connectivity, speed up deployment of advanced mobile networks, 5G, develop digital skills. Then the second area includes, just as a summary, and also the drive of the digital transformation, such as promote entrepreneurship and innovation, foster digitalization of companies. This is just a productive area, and promoting e-commerce policies. In the next 2 areas, digital governance includes the increase of synergy between digital policies and development strategies. This means that the digital age requires a transformation as a cross-cutting element in development programs. It's not only a question of having digital agendas, but that they are included in the development plans, because this involves entering into the cycle of planning and allocation of resources, and it facilitates things at Congress level, Parliament level. Also, the definition of comprehensive digital agendas that are coordinated with sectoral policies, to have institutionality in charge of policies. I like this question of top policies. You need 3 elements for effective coordination. It's also essential to have a cohesive and coherent digital agenda, and everything that has to do with modern regulation frameworks related to cybersecurity, protection of personal data, procurement, and competition. And lastly, to strengthen cooperation and integration at regional level. We have to promote regional integration and international cooperation. That's why this is a key factor, international cooperation. And my last slide, well, we would like to underscore the concept that the present technological transformation means that we have to renew our agendas in a continuous manner, looking forward to the future. We're moving from the information technologies to 4.0 industries, not just for industries, for all the endeavors, all the productive activities of a country and in the world. This means that we move from a paradigm where IT have tools that were useful to share and transfer information, where digital technology become a dynamic ecosystem, where we have continuous and autonomous communication among machines, and processes are automated, as well as decision-making processes. At present, we have orders where we have more people in the Internet of Things that are connected than people are connected. And this is going to continue growing, because there are more machines than people in the world, and there are going to be more and more machines. This is transforming production process and business models, competitiveness, and the value generation, which is determined through digitalization.
And much in the same way as digital transformation is a disruption in terms of production and organizational paradigms, it is also a disruption, and should be a disruption, that we have to embrace, accept, and act in response. It is this at institutional level regarding the traditional forms of managing public policies. So that is quite profound. And I leave this reflection here. We have to accept that there is an institutional disruption, and if we don't go about making that disruption, public policy and the response of the agencies will be lagging behind technological revolution. So we have to take these changes into account and facilitate this dynamic role. The digital future should not only provide access, but also massive use of the opportunities of digital economy. Otherwise, we will be not making use of the great benefits these imply. Thank you very much. So now we invite you to take your seats, to rest, because this has been a very intense morning regarding the presentations made by the Secretary General of CLAC. So now we'll be expanding on all these concepts introduced regarding investment, infrastructure, connectivity. So we will have a big panel. Let me remind you that through the internet, we are streaming the sessions. You can tell us about what you're seeing here, hashtag elect 2024. For those who have not joined us, can also follow us virtually through the streaming that is taking place. And this will be the case throughout the conference. Let me remind you that this afternoon we will be approaching topics towards regional digital market, governance and regulation in spaces for trade and production integration. So this is what we'll be seeing this afternoon, this with representatives from different countries, as well as from telecoms involved in this process that is taking place and the guidelines of which we are now discussing. So now we will invite the members of the following panel: Latin America and the Caribbean in a digital market, in a digital world, investment, infrastructure, and connectivity. We'd like to invite Walter Verri, Acting Minister of Industry, Energy and Mining of Uruguay; Fernando Saguier, Minister of Information and Communications Technologies of Paraguay; Maria Estela Dantas, Executive Secretary of the Ministry of Communications of Brazil; Orlando Vega, Vice Minister of Telecommunications of the Ministry of Science, Innovation, Technology and Telecommunications of Costa Rica; Felix Fernandez Shaw, Director for Latin America and the Caribbean and Relations with all overseas countries and territories of the Director General of International Partnerships of the European Commission; Ana Terron, Director of the International and Ibero-American Foundation for Administration and Public Policies. And the moderator is Jorge Negrete, the President of the Digital Policy and Law Group. Thank you very much for joining us and participating in this panel. We give the floor to Jorge Negrete. Thank you very much, and please take your seats. Before starting with this panel, let me make a housekeeping announcement, the first for today. And this is that ECLAC and the Center for Development of the Economic Development, OECD, CAF, the Development of Latin America, I would like to invite you to the report towards a green and fair transformation, which will take place in the headquarters of CAF at 12:15 to 1:50. Now, it is somewhat difficult to start chairing a panel without first thanking our hosts. This 8th Ministerial Conference on the Information Society in Latin America and the Caribbean. We'd like to thank ECLAC and the wonderful organization committee, which has led the production and organization of these meetings. These are opportunities to meet and discuss and imagine a digital society thanks to them. I'd also like to thank the government of Uruguay. Uruguay is today the Latin American capital of the digital vision of digital policies. Uruguay is not only the host, but also the space for public-private conversations to imagine a digitalized Latin America and an accelerated process towards economy. So I'd like to give a big round of applause for Uruguay, to Uruguay and to ECLAC, and thank them for this invitation. It is also important to thank all the voluntary and involuntary accomplices, the civil society, LACNIC, ICANN, and many more. On the other hand, it is always a challenge to imagine ourselves in a place that is so provocative of Latin American context. This is a country of major Latin American writers. One of them, Onetti, was not only a challenger from the intellectual point of view, he was quite acid in terms of his literature. There's an analogy between Latin American literature and digital transformation. It is always difficult to speak about love, and it is impossible to explain love. It's almost as impossible as a digital policy. It's always difficult to speak about love and so difficult to explain it. And the same happens with digital policy and with the regulation. Now, let us imagine that the Latin American narrative, now we see Garcia Marquez, who in 100 Years of Solitude says that the world was so recent that things lacked their names. And to describe them, we had to point at them with our fingers. So in that imaginary world, we speak about unicorns in Latin America, of 5G and 5.0 and Wi-Fi 6 and new digital policies. We speak about digital convergence. We even speak about digital rights. The Latin American world of digital society has to do with lyrics, and somehow in a country of so many writers and literary production, we really can establish a parallel situation to the digital situation. Now, those of us who, during the pandemic, were connected to the internet and the device such as this, not only preserved their private economy and the possibility of working and of generating economic indicators for their businesses, they also privileged the opportunity of the right to information, of access to information, of access to culture, access to health. Those who remained connected maintained their digital rights. That is why this panel has this possibility of visualizing what sustains this society, what is digital infrastructure. Investment, connectivity, and infrastructure are the elements that preserve practicing digital economy. So it is therefore a pleasure to moderate this panel, and let me once again introduce my members of the panels. Felix Fernandez Shaw. Welcome, Felix. Welcome, Ana Terronx, Director of the International and Ibero-American Foundation for Administration and Public Policies, FIAP, Spain. Thank you, Ana. Welcome. Welcome, Orlando Vega, Vice Minister of Telecommunications, Science and Technology of Costa Rica. Welcome, Orlando. Walter Very, Acting Minister of Industry, Energy and Mining of Uruguay. Welcome, Walter. And Estela Dantas, Executive Secretary of the Ministry of Communications of Brazil. And Fernando Sayer, Minister of Information and Communication Technologies of Paraguay. Welcome, Fernando. So we'll start with Felix Fernandez. Felix, how can we strengthen cooperation between Europe and Latin America and the Caribbean on digital technologies? So we will start with you. After listening the situation, I think that things are quite simple. And I'm sorry, the audio is not very good. Regulatory frameworks, digital capacities, education. I thought we all face the same context. And I think that Latin America and the Caribbean and Europe are now looking towards the future from the same point of view. These months, we are preparing a new summit between Latin America and the Caribbean and Europe. And I think that coming here to observe and to present the priorities of Europe and to see what is happening in Latin America and the Caribbean was the best background for preparing that summit. This summit is a summit where we seek to once again find solutions, because we all share the same problems, and at the European Commission, together with the member countries, with Spain and with other member countries, we're now preparing the contents for that summit. We're trying to work with Latin America and the Caribbean on topics, for example, a digital alliance between European Union and Latin America and the Caribbean, because I'd like to invite the Executive Secretary to come to Europe and to speak to the ministers of telecommunications in Europe. And everyone say, well, what a good report was prepared by the European Commission. But no, this was a document prepared by ECLAC. We're also working in issues related to next generation. The idea is to, I'm sorry, the audio is quite poor. We see that there is a need for investment in order to advance in digitalization, in connectivity, and in infrastructure in Latin America and the Caribbean. So what the European Union would like to do is to share the experience we have, and also we like to invest in the LAC region, because if we invest in the LAC region, we are investing in challenges that are global challenges, but we're also investing in a region that tackles these challenges the same way as the European Union does so, with the same integrated and holistic approach, with the responsibility of the governments and with the responsibility of doing things properly. And to tell the truth, it is quite difficult to find such a major challenge in which technology, governance, administration, funding, education, and all the elements of society are related by this. These enormous challenges, not only in terms of needs, but also in terms of risk, because evidently through digitalization, we're all aware of what is happening all over the world and the risk that this poses. That is why among the topics that we will be discussing at this digital partnership between European Union and LAC, and this week we are working on the first phase of a project we have, because we have to complete the infrastructure. But we also are seeking, we have two systems that one is a satellite system that provides geo-observation so that the most advanced societies can make use of an amazing amount of data. I don't know whether the zettabytes that you mentioned, I don't know what we'll be able to do. But what we need is to work together, because we open Copernicus centers in Latin America and the Caribbean is because we have the university and academic environment in order to make use of that volume of data and store it with the adequate standards, and then making use of this information, because you're well aware that machines, you have to know how to ask machines how to do your queries.
And lastly, the other element that I'd like to share with you in view of the summit, we are starting a trip all around Latin American countries and the Caribbean. In the European Union, we are aware of the investment needs of Latin America in digital terms at all levels. And therefore, we are starting to look into the possibility of having an investment package with the new strategies of the EU to invest in digital in the digital field and to learn, because the European Union is also investing in digital, and I think that this could be shared interest. Thank you. Ana Terron, before asking you a question, in fact, Europe and Spain, as the Secretary General of CEPAR said, of ECLAC said, Spain and the Vice President of the government is also the Minister of Finance, of Economy and Digital Transformation. This means that there is an enormous leadership in the outlook and vision from the institutional part for public policies. And that's why I'd like to ask you, Anna, how can we strengthen the cooperation between Latin America and Europe in digital? Yes, the Minister of the Economy is also in charge of the digital transformation. She's also the President of the government, to push all along the government, because she has this challenge, is a cross-cutting challenge. And the first Vice President is the President or Chairperson of the foundation that I direct, and our work with them is very close. I would also like to add to what Mr. Felix Fernandez Shaw said. We are in the same process. We are in the same process of trying to see how our society changes, and we are at a unique point in time where we can use all the wealth that we have. And here I'd like to greet the people from AOC, IZ, and so on. And we have a very large wealth of our relations between the two regions, working together to establish a dialogue on public policies and what things we've learned to do in the regional programs of Latin America and the EU, and how together we can deal with the rules and regulations and the main challenges regarding gaps. I think I'm the first woman in taking the floor. And I would also like to say the gender gaps in relation to access and the need to. I think I don't deserve this applause, but the importance of having put that on the table. I think that the training of girls and boys and the cross between the age gaps and gender gaps are topics that we have to work on very hard. But I'm not going to answer this first question about the challenges that we have in common, because we all know them. I think that anyway, they can be summed up in just one. What we must do, what our two regions should do from that point of view. But I'm also here to listen, is to deal with this common agenda, to work on it on the basis of the experience and expertise we have in social experience and cooperation in many other areas, and do that in such a way that in the future we can work in a regulatory framework that can help us to be on the same side. And I would sum up as making progress towards a digital society that ensures our vision and our being in the world. That is, that it's not weakening, but on the contrary, strengthening social cohesion and the large invisible infrastructure that we've got in common, which is called democracy. If we are able to work towards that goal, I think that the strength of our alliance can be very strong. And I think our capacities and yours are good to work on a dialogue about policies so that we can focus what are essential investments and the capacity to create wealth. And I think that from the public side, we have to be there, because otherwise it's not going to happen. Thank you, Anna. In fact, this economy, digital economy and democracy is fundamental. Next, I'd like to ask Orlando Vega, who is the Vice Minister of Telecommunication, of Science, Innovation, Technology, and Communications in Costa Rica. There's a position that is very clear in Latin America, and Costa Rica outstands for its accelerated digital process, and there's a digital thinking schools in Costa Rica where there are several thinkers, and I can see Maria Elena, who's the director of that institute, and she forms part of the digital thinking resources, and she's here with us. You have done enormous work. You have opened up to the world of investment that happened about 10 years ago in your hub in digital development. What elements have you identified to implement such a successful policy in terms of connectivity? Orlando, please. Thank you. When we talk about a successful process in the execution, we have to go back to the preparation processes of public policies and identification of players. We've been able to identify as strengths to generate public policies that they must be participatory and that there must be commitments that can be measured. Precisely about these two characteristics, we can acquire and build on commitments to continue moving forward. In terms of connectivity, one of the main elements to abide by the terms is to involve all players. Sometimes you leave aside the role of local governments, but one of the things that we have learned in general terms in Costa Rica is that we must include the various municipal authorities, which at the end of the day enable processes and permits for telecom infrastructures. And this is an element, usually when you read literature about this, it is only the executive that is held responsible for this, but you have to read the small letter, and that's one of the characteristics that all countries in Latin America have, and that there may be different alternatives to provide internet or connectivity and telecom services, and they request the services or make the proceedings in the local governments, and there is a lack of knowledge there, and sometimes there are interests not to go forward. Therefore, as regards the successful side of our process is to make participatory processes where people who must carry them out do so correctly. And from the leadership or the ministries in charge of science, they must ensure articulation. This is something that we have developed along the time, because there is a need for the various parties involved, stakeholders, can discuss among them. Thank you. Thank you, Orlando. Next, I'm going to introduce you to Walter Very, who's the Minister of Industry and Energy and Mining of Uruguay, AI. The question is, how can the region close the gap in telecom? Well, good morning, everyone, and thank you for inviting me to form part of this meeting. First of all, I'd like to wish you a very good stay in Montevideo, in Uruguay. Thank you for coming. I hope that apart from working, you can enjoy this beautiful city for us, and that you can enjoy our country, sharing a barbecue, eating creme caramel, although intellectual property apparently is shared with the Argentines, and also enjoying a tango and many other things that we have in this River Plate region, which are not rivalries. These are things that join us together. That's in the first place that I have to welcome you as a host. In the second place, I fully agree with you regarding Onetti's poem when he tries to define love, and he finds it very difficult. In telecom, we all know what we're talking about. We all use the infrastructures that IT technologies provide us, but sometimes it's difficult to convey what we mean by it. And so in relation to your question, and trying to be short in my answer, I think that the coordination of cross-cutting political agendas in Latin America and the Caribbean must be strengthened. We must really make our best efforts to try to coordinate and share experiences, promoting improvements in our countries that can identify new spaces to work jointly that in some way can shorten the gap. In a globalized world, technologies are already born in a globalized manner. It's quite difficult for new technology not to get everywhere. And sometimes what happens is that we haven't got the capacity to make investments in those technologies reach our countries, particularly our Latin American countries, Latin American and Caribbean countries. It's difficult sometimes to make investments in those in the development of those infrastructures. That's why it's difficult. It's necessary for Latin American and Caribbean countries to have transparent processes, clear rules, regulatory, so that we can interact among ourselves. We must promote the public and private associations. We must work with our local state-owned companies, so that with the large international world leaders can be interconnected and be connected to the world. To that end, Uruguay in the past few years, within investment promotion framework, which not only apply to ITs, but to all investments coming to our country, has allowed, for instance, to obtain investments such as Microsoft, whose lab of the Internet of Things and artificial intelligence of Google, and data center in the Park of Sciences, and the submarine cables that is being built, such as Meta, for instance, that has chosen Uruguay to provide training in metaverse. And I think that those are things that all countries should try to obtain to shorten the gap. The policy to promote investments that I've mentioned, and to make investments go in six last generation investments with investments we've already got. Latin American countries that in some way have to try and make our investments more profitable. We have to take advantage of them and make them go in six to make them better.
And what I was saying today when I started, countries who have difficulties to attract investments, this is something that we have to do. We have to negotiate with developed countries so that we received assistance in terms of training and capacity building, and with laboratories that can train our human resources. This is the highest capital we have. Without human resources, no country can develop. So this is something that we need to enhance and to recognize and give value to, but we need assistance to provide capacity building. This is an area where we can progress together with the developed countries to defend technological neutrality in such a way that we don't embark on such wars between the countries that develop technologies, so that we can be impartial at the time of decision making in order to apply the technologies that are best adapted to our countries, territories, and realities, to encourage the creation of conditions to set up testing and development labs for our businesses. For example, we have installed the Open Digital Lab at the Technological Laboratory of Uruguay, and this was an achievement of this Ministry of Industry, thanks to the action of our minister, Paganini, in the United States. We already signed a contract for having a laboratory with those features. So these are just a few examples of things that we think can be tools in order to decrease the gap we have with developed countries. Of course, I have much more to add regarding the Uruguayan experience. It is likely that I will be able to do so when we have the next question, because I think that these instances can be used so that our experiences can serve as a platform for others, and we have to supplement one another. We have to understand that we have to face these challenges together. Thank you very much, Walter. Thank you for your words. We now would like to ask the next speaker, together with Minister Sandra Urrutia, the new ICT Minister from Colombia. Mariana Mendez from ASIET, the regulator of URSEC, the regulator of Pavonilla. Estela Dantas, together with them, is one of the most powerful digital women in Latin America. For those of us who follow the digital policies in the region, know that these are one of the personalities we have to follow, thanks to her leadership in Brazil. That is why I'd like to change the order of the questions. But here we'd have to ask something that is very important, what has just occurred in Brazil with the 5G situation. Something that seems to be so wonderful, the articulation between the Ministry of Communications, the regulator, and the Congress. They changed the Telecommunications Act. They prepared a robust telecommunications agenda through an interinstitutional dialogue, which is a big example for Latin America. So let me ask you, I'm not going to ask you, but I would like you to explain how these interinstitutional conversations take place, Estela. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to apologize for speaking in Brazil. You wouldn't understand my Spanish at all. Brazil has given high priority to digital connectivity 2022. 90% the services are accidental. So this is through fixed or mobile access. And this has to do with tearing down the technological barriers in such a big country as Brazil. We have to expand the coverage to all remote communities, including the Amazon forest. You know that this is no easy task.
And we need infrastructure, and I understand that the private partnership are most important for our country. Market solutions, for instance, with radio frequency, stressing the commitment of coverage, and not only resources for the government, collection of resources, direct action of the government in areas that can promote the market, and the involvement of public-private partnership to ensure sustainability. What we have done in Brazil is precisely that 5G, and it was an event that was held in November 2021 of 400 million reais, and there were 4 bands of frequency at the national level and the regional level. And apart from the large operators that are covering the entire Brazilian market, team and Telefonica. We also have other players at regional level that have started to provide services and will do so as from next year. As a result of this, we have more coverage and more possibilities for mobile phones. There are 26 Brazilian capitals, and Brasilia, as the federal capital, that already have 5G for data, and they are expanding. In January, 420 cities will have the authorization of the Anatel, the regulatory agency, to receive a 5G standalone. And the 5G standalone, that's the modality that we have in Brazil, and that fully changes the investment level and the progress that industries and that all the productive chain must make as from now. We are focusing on the commitment to expand coverage. This means that 47 billion reais, just 4.8 billion were paid directly by the operators to the federal government. The remaining 42.4 billion reais was fully reinvestment for the investment of the infrastructure development of telecom in Brazil with continental dimensions. Apart from the progressive 5G in all municipalities in Brazil until 2028, the commitments from the state are the following: implementation of 4G or higher services in the rural districts, coverage of 4G mode or higher in over 36,000 kilometers of roads, serving public schools that have no internet yet. And for those schools, we are going to have IT labs. We're going to train teachers and students. With 5G and the expansion of the network, our expectations are that these investments are going to accelerate the development of our industry, our services, logistics, and agribusiness. And this will allow for a good progress in the healthcare area, and that we can have low latency of 5G so that we can have remote knowledge. This year, Brazil is making IT investments of about 37.2 billion reais that are supporting 5G. This is an unusual volume. It's a 5% increase in relation to 2021 that must be kept next year. We think that there is going to be a great change in all the productive chain in Brazil, strengthening even more the economy of our country. Public policies defined by this government make Brazil and place Brazil in a position of progress and advance in telecom. A very short while, we are going to see the results of the investment made 2.5 years ago, since the Ministry of Telecom was created by the government of Brazil. And because before, the Telecom Ministry was in the Science and Technology Ministry. Wow. Yes, that's an enormous effort, really. An example. Thank you. Thank you for this information, but mainly I insist for the enormous coordination work between the ministry, the regulatory Anatel, and the Senate of Brazil.
We'll now give the floor to Fernando Savil, who is Minister of Communications in Paraguay. Paraguay, over the past years, has stood out for deploying infrastructure and increasing connectivity, which has been an example for the region. And the same question is addressed to you, Fernando. What are the elements that define policies to promote the deployment of infrastructure in Paraguay? You have the floor.
Microphone is not working. Microphone isn't working.
The microphone is not working. I'm sorry. The speaker's microphone is not working.
El micrófono no está funcionando.
Thank you, Fernando. Thank you, Fernando. So we're now going into the final part of this panel. I thought we're going to enjoy this even more in terms of the time available. We only have 15 minutes left, and the production team will be getting quite nervous. ECNAC will turning on a red light. So we have 2 or 3 minutes for each of you for the next round of questions. Felix, let us close with a reflection. What are the elements that you could include into a collaboration agenda for Latin America and the Caribbean? Welcome. In 3 minutes. For 60 countries. Okay, there you have. Well, I think that first of all, we started with a strategy that we call Global Gateway. This seeks to coordinate public and private investment, what we call productive investment, namely the one that is addressed not only in being profitable, but also to expand a public policy. I think that the examples we have seen are very important, both in Latin America and in Europe, in terms of regulation, because technology, particularly technology in the digital field, is not neutral. The executive secretary said this quite clearly. The data are in the cloud, but the cloud is somewhere. We have to see where that place is. Therefore, that standpoint mentioned by the colleagues at the panel of looking at public policies, the regulatory environment, inclusion, the social reality, women, because otherwise we will continue excluding many of these. And in Brussels, we organized a hub together with the member countries, with Spain, with Germany, France, Estonia, with Holland, with Sweden, in order to attract all the experience that the European public agencies have, and also the private sector, all the companies that in the European Union are working in telecommunications, regulation of data, cybersecurity. This is what we want to make available to the bi-regional work. With that, I will close. So we have to work regionally between European Union and Latin America and the Caribbean. This is easy because we share the same vision. Therefore, once we start from there, we will then understand the experiences. We have to understand what the problems are. There are many problems. There is a lot of experience regarding spectrum, for example, the spectrum auctions. We have to share with where the two regions are working on. So thank you very much. So this is in line with what the Secretary General said and what Walter said. Anna, I think this would be the same question. What are the elements that you consider can be included in the agenda? Well, first of all, I'd like to say that the European Union and Latin America are already working on digitalization. We have already tackled this problem because it is cross-cutting. There are regional programs of the European Union, like the PAC, like Euro-Social, Euro-Climate. And now we have to enter that digital hub, which Felix mentioned, to a more specific action in that field, but this nevertheless continues supporting this from other fields, because this is of utmost importance. We have to work based on technical public cooperation in the transformation of the administration, because digitalization also transforms our administrations and the way in which they work, this without excluding any citizens. So we have to bring about a change in the sense that this technical public cooperation has to be more and more related to the private sphere. We have to listen. The public sphere has to do its homework, its work, but we have to adapt the way work is done. For example, I'll invest. And finally, I would say that we have to be quite clear as to how we can work jointly. Digitalization is not a goal in itself. It is a means to have more prosperous societies. So cooperation has to be focused on creating that fertile space and creating that space where digitalization can advance with those development goals for our societies, and also to do so based on rights. The European Union is working on its Declaration of Digital Rights. Spain has its Declaration on Digital Rights already. There is a lot of experience, and we should become aligned at these levels in order to advance towards that objective. Thank you very much, Ana. Cooperation, digital welfare. Orlando, which would be the immediate objectives that the digital agenda in Costa Rica has? In the case of Costa Rica, we are focusing on having greater coverage in telecommunications. The deciles of lower income are still in the midst of a digital gap. So we have to respond to the needs of the digital gap, to close that digital gap, and to generate the conditions in the telecommunications ecosystem in order to create the necessary conditions in order to attract more investments and have the required services in place. Regarding the 5G spectrum, major progress has taken place in this first part of the administration with recovering spectrum, which was one of the milestones that we had set. We still have quite a lot of challenges to face. The superintendency has identified some of the points that require focusing on in order to optimize investments. We have to improve the conditions of the population's digital skills. This is not only about people having access to the services, to the telecom services, but it's also important that people can understand which are the risks. In the case of Costa Rica, we have segmented the population. We work with younger people, younger segments of the population, and in the Ministry of Science and Technology, we seek to encourage minors using the internet in a secure way, bearing in mind the potential dangers. This is important, and also in terms of production, as was mentioned in ECLAC's paper, e-commerce and the way SMEs can take advantage of all these changes. All this has to do with providing connectivity, good connectivity, in order to respond to the needs not only in the central areas, but also in the more remote places. Over the past years, the two laws were enacted in order to provide the necessary conditions to provide connectivity in remoter areas, and to integrate them into the new economy. Thank you.
For over 10 years, Uruguay did not have many indicators, and now we find out that Uruguay goes on leading. But what is the vision that that you have forward? Thank you for this concept that we are leaders in many indicators, and that's right. I think that everything has a basis, and it's good to share it because that can allow us for the entire region to move together. I think that legal certainty, institutional stability, our strong investment in digital infrastructure, respect for contracts, separation of powers, they have all been attractions in our country that have allowed us in some way to get to developments, the development of 88% of connectivity in our territory, broadband penetration of 94%, and good international communication with many submarine cables. I'm sorry, the sound is not clear. The sound isn't clear. I'm sorry. There are other microphones that are open. It's very difficult to interpret. Technology allows us to get to many corners. We have realized that we have some difficulties. We have tried to connect the most remote places. We have almost perfect connectivity in some areas of our country. I insist, the sound is not correct. I'm sorry, it's very difficult to interpret. Es muy difícil interpretar con este sonido. Promoting the development of companies and unicorns to set up their offices here. That's the case of Mercado Libre and others. I'm very sorry, it is impossible to interpret in these conditions.
Estamos juntando la instalación de empresas de software, videojuegos y audiovisual que permita el desarrollo del sector, que va a liderar algo que para nosotros es importantísimo, que es la industria 4.0, y en eso hay muchas políticas de promoción. Se está promoviendo la creación de una red de laboratorios y plataformas para impulsar la inteligencia artificial y la robótica avanzada en la realidad.
Microsoft entered into an agreement to set up a lab here to develop the Internet of Things and artificial intelligence, as well as Meta for training. We have launched a new lab, which together with Lato, we are going to attract talents, entrepreneurs. We're going to help them out in their process. We have launched the digital lab where 5G studies will be made to develop new startups. We have an entrepreneur ecosystem. We have to look into emerging technologies as a vision for the future. We can move in a world that is hyper-connected, but we also have to take into account the values and principles that shape our identity. And we have to adopt the emerging technologies that are adapted to the cultural realities of our countries in the region and that respect, above all, which is our people and the capacity of our people. Thank you. How can digital agendas support the objectives of sustainable development? Trying to connect the Amazon region, trying to comply with the SDGs. We have a program in Brazil focusing on schools, because the school in some remote communities are the center, the gathering place for the community. Again, the sound is very bad. It's very difficult to interpret in these conditions. I'm very sorry.
Deixamos o sinal de internet lá e seguimos para cada município. Nós já lançamos uma via esse ano, de 700 quilômetros de cabo de fibra óptica. Estamos lançando uma na próxima sexta-feira com mais 1.200 quilômetros. E quando a internet chega nesse município, nós entregamos a estrutura para que os provedores locais possam fazer a exploração comercial e oferecer o serviço à sociedade. Então, é um investimento que o governo faz, considerando que as operadoras não fariam esse nível de investimento e provavelmente a conectividade nunca chegaria nessas comunidades. Esse é um dos programas mais caros, mais importantes que o Ministério das Comunicações executa, porque está atendendo a comunidades como a comunidade indígena que nós
promoting indigenous communities. Those communities did not have any connectivity, don't have power, and so now we have solar panels. We are providing them with computers and printers and projectors, so they're bringing life to those communities. Our project is to connect many schools. We already have 2 million reais to connect those rural schools, because we understand that investment must be very high, but we have to include digitally all people. The idea is that all communities can be connected with 5G. Sometimes logistics is difficult to connect schools. Sometimes experts took them 14 days. And we needed the support of the Brazilian army to fly them to these remote areas, to fly experts to remote areas. So the hope is that all Brazilians can have connectivity by 2028. Brazil is ready to focus on the digital world. Thank you, Fernando. You are the last speaker. What is the vision for Paraguay? Well, we'll have general elections in Paraguay next year. This is a challenge for public policies established by the state can be continued. We believe that that's going to be the case. In Paraguay, we are fully aware, and the society and politicians are aware of the need to invest in the digital agenda, in the technological development of our country, and to reach the communities that are located further away from the center. There is a deployment of new technologies that can allow us to have a better connectivity at reasonable costs. That's a priority. Ministry of Technology in Paraguay is a new ministry. It was created under this administration. And this shows not only the outlook and the vision from the state to put at ministerial level all technological transformation matters, but this was something that this ministry is under the law, it was created under the law. And so we share with other countries in the region. Perhaps for Paraguay and Bolivia, it's a bit more difficult due to the fact that we are landlocked countries. This is something that we have to manage on a daily basis, and that poses certain disadvantages. And that's why it's important to mention that concept in this type of forum, to appeal to solidarity and the exercise of brotherhood among our peoples in relation to integration. Thank you, Fernando. Now, we started this dialogue quoting Onetti and Garcia Marquez. Let's conclude, and simply because a senator of Chile is here, we're going to quote Neruda. Neruda said, "You can cut out all the flowers in the garden, but you can't cut the digital spring of Latin America." A round of applause for our panelists. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you to the moderator. Please photograph before leaving the stage and moving on to our lunch break. We'll reconvene at 2 o'clock. Please be punctual. And we're going to be dealing towards a digital market, governance, and so on. This is what we're going to be discussing this afternoon. Thank you.
Pasa que aquí estamos bueno, pero entonces hay que recolocarse. Hay que recolocarse. No, ya que estás aquí, podemos
Muy buenas tardes, les damos la bienvenida a la octava conferencia ministerial sobre la Sociedad de la Información de América Latina y el Caribe, ILAC 2024. Esta conferencia es organizada por la Comisión Económica para América Latina y el Caribe, CEPAL, en conjunto con el Gobierno de la República Oriental del Uruguay, a través de la Agencia de Gobierno Electrónico y Sociedad de la Información y del Conocimiento, AGESIC. Damos inicio entonces a la segunda parte de esta jornada. Recuerden que nos pueden seguir en la transmisión y también en los comentarios en el canal de YouTube de CEPAL y utilizando también el hashtag ILAC2024. Con la próxima charla se denomina Hacia un mercado digital regional, gobernanza y regulación en los espacios de integración comercial y productiva. Le damos la bienvenida a Marilena Méndez Jiménez, secretaria general de la Asociación Interamericana de Empresas de Telecomunicaciones, a Nigel Casimir, secretario general adjunto de la Unión de Telecomunicaciones del Caribe, Mercedes Aramendía, presidenta de la Unidad Reguladora de Servicios de Comunicación de Uruguay, Francisco Lima Mena, secretario general de la Secretaría de Integración Económica Centroamericana, Rodrigo da Costa Serrán, jefe del Departamento de Integración Física y Digital de la Asociación Latinoamericana de Integración, Diego Caicedo, director general de la Secretaría General de Comunicación de la Comunidad Andina. Modera este panel Mario Castillo, oficial a cargo de la División de Desarrollo Productivo y Empresarial de CEPAL, a quien le damos ya la palabra. Adelante.
The floor, Mr. Castillo. So good afternoon to you all. It's a great pleasure to reconvene the afternoon activity with such an outstanding panel that will refer to the regional digital market, governance and regulation in spaces for trade and production integration. I have a selected group of representatives from different integration mechanisms, regulatory agencies, and institutions that are tied to civil society and the business sector. So we will have a very interesting point of view, which is very critical at this time, because the ILAC process requires this as it evolves over time. Originally, we were thinking about this challenge on how Latin America can move forward and consolidate itself in a regional digital market, where, of course, there are some international references. For a long time, we've been looking at the experience in Europe, but even though this is a very exciting challenge, the political agendas have included only some of the progress made. So in this panel, we'll hear about the different perceptions and viewpoints to learn how far the region has moved ahead in terms of regional integration and in terms of a digital evolution. Of course, we are not starting from scratch, because today all integration mechanisms in Asia Pacific, in the Andean community, in the Latin American Integration Association, and in other associations have been working their respective agendas with a different emphasis on infrastructure and connectivity, rolling out networks, roaming, radio electrical spectrum, traffic exchange, and many other relevant topics that were part of these agendas. In digital economy, we've seen another area where the integration mechanisms have been focusing attention. There are many different initiatives for digital undertakings, for developing industry, incubators, and so on, developing skills, digital talent. They were all part of this regional agenda. And an overall question that I have for all of you, and then I will move into more specific questions to you individually. So in this challenge of moving faster in this regional digital market, in the different themes that we have before us, what is the strategic fast track agenda where we can focus to move forward in a more decisive and dynamic manner, so as to consolidate our digital market and close the digital divide? The Executive Secretary of ECLAC referred to this morning in his presentation. So there are some laggings behind, and we need to move forward and move faster in this digital market, and this becomes an even greater challenge. So I would like to invite Maria Elena Méndez Jiménez, Secretary General of the Inter-American Association of Telecommunications Operators, with a long-standing record in the region, and I want to thank them for the work they have been doing over the years. And my question to Maria Elena, in this context where connectivity is crucial for the digital economy, without this, it's not possible to move forward. So companies today that are rolling out this infrastructure, what do you think are the main challenges we have ahead? Well, thank you. First of all, I want to thank the host country, Uruguay, for receiving us with such a good weather. It's a lovely day today, so we are very grateful for this. And I also want to thank ECLAC for having invited me to be part of this panel. It's a great honor for ASIET to be present here. In fact, when we talk about telecommunication networks, we need to understand that these networks are the basis of digital transformation. Without true networks, no key will open a door. No possibilities or opportunities provided by digitalization will become a reality for our countries. So when we talk about challenges, opportunities, and when we talk about agenda priorities, maybe the main challenge for connectivity is precisely sustainability of telecommunications operators. This is a subject we've been working on for a long, long time, but it becomes evident in some countries of the region. We are talking about the fact that certain countries have lost operators because they cannot continue working in the countries and hand it over to the governments. There were cases of radioelectric spectrum that does not participate in certain contexts or are returned to the government because they are not feasible. They cannot hold the burdens of the required by those radioelectric spectrums. So if we even tried to organize this, I would say that the first element to bear in mind has to do with regulatory frameworks. Regulatory frameworks that are present throughout the region was designed for other market conditions. And today, this market is drastically different. It has other stakeholders involved who play a part in this equation, and they should be taken into account when regulations are issued. Just to give one example, going back to 2019, and I'm talking about the international voice traffic. This international voice traffic of applications on the networks was 1 billion minutes in 2019, while for operators, they got to 432 billion. So they more than doubled the traffic on a global level, which means that the market environment is changing and the regulations and standards cannot be disregarded. We also have to take into account the cost of access to this spectrum, which is one of the main barriers in Latin America. In general, we've seen that the radioelectric spectrum is a means of receiving income for the treasury and not used as a tool for development. And this requires a change of scope, and this needs to be included in the regional agendas. Just to give you one example, the mean of the spectrum cost in Latin America is over 32% higher than that of Europe. Europe doubles the income per user that we have in Latin America. Despite of this, the operator in Latin America pays a lot more for the radioelectric spectrum. Then I have to mention something that has not been overcome today, which is still a difficulty, and that is a difficulty to roll out infrastructure. Today, support infrastructure for the antennae, the traditional antenna, I'm not talking about the new generation that will require 10 times the number of antennae. The traditional ones are taking about 12 months to be approved by local governments. When this infrastructure, that is support infrastructure, is installed, the requirements are absolutely different, and the design of the networks have been adjusted to satisfy the demand. And not just that, that has an associated cost to the procedure per se, but in addition there is a cost in terms of opportunity, because connectivity must come to that territory or be enhanced in that territory to provide services to the population. And that is a subject that is becoming really urgent in the agendas. And in addition, we need to take into account the complexity related to geographical features. In some cases, this makes the development of infrastructure even more difficult, and this was pointed out by OECD. It says that the topography we have makes the deployment of infrastructure a lot more costly, and we cannot obtain a positive yield after the investment. So we have a set of elements where the state and the private sector need to get together, work together to create regulations that really foster investment. This investment is absolutely necessary, especially at the turning point we are living today as we move to new technological generations. We have not yet made the previous investment profitable, and we now need to renew our equipment. Well, thank you, Maria Elena, for this brief presentation. which has to do with regulatory frameworks, bids for spectrum, deployment of infrastructure. These are all very important elements to take into consideration to really face the deficits in infrastructure. The figures are quite dramatic in this projection, where Latin America in the year 2024 was expected to have a higher coverage, but it's low. And this is our position now. Investment is a topic that needs to be paid attention to. It needs to be part of the political agenda in the region so that we can generate a fast-track mechanism to reactivate investment. You also mentioned the geographic issue, which makes the deployment of infrastructure in the region more difficult. In terms of the geography, one big challenge is the Caribbean region. And it's a problem.
El Caribe se enfrenta a un desafío importante en lo que se refiere a los temas de la infraestructura digital. Me gustaría pedirle a Nigel Casimire cuáles son las iniciativas que están planeadas o que están desarrollando en el Caribe para desarrollar el mercado digital y cuál es el papel que usted desempeña en el área. Muchas gracias. Gracias. Gracias, Mario. Buenas tardes a todos. Gracias a nuestro anfitrión en Uruguay. Soy Nigel Casimir, secretario general adjunto de la Unión de Telecomunicaciones del Caribe. Nosotros tenemos una organización internacional en el Caribe para tratar el tema de las tecnologías digitales, y este desafío está en nuestro radar para asesorar a nuestros miembros. Tenemos 20 gobiernos miembros en el Caribe, y como puede imaginarse, y todos ustedes se podrán imaginar, es un mercado muy diverso. Tenemos territorios que tienen poblaciones de 5.000 personas a territorios con varios millones. Diferentes desafíos se enfrentan estos territorios en el Caribe. Usted mencionó los enfoques estratégicos, Mario, cuando usted enmarcaba sus palabras de apertura. Y yo diría que desde el inicio, los territorios independientes de habla inglesa en el Caribe se dieron cuenta que estos mercados pequeños, esto no es en general, no solamente en telecomunicaciones, los mercados pequeños tienen que trabajar juntos para formar un tejido y de ese modo el desarrollo pueda ser efectivo en el desarrollo social, en la industria, etc. Entonces, en el Caribe, nosotros operamos en un mercado común basado en un tratado que se llama el CARICOM. Y nuestra institución, la Unión de Telecomunicaciones del Caribe, es una de las instituciones del CARICOM que se encarga de las tecnologías de la información. El objetivo del CARICOM es el promover la integración económica, el desarrollo de las habilidades, las actividades económicas, y tratar de que los mercados pequeños se integren para tener un mercado más grande. Desde el 2010 nos dimos cuenta que teníamos que desarrollar una estrategia de desarrollo digital, y se realizó un plan con la estrategia, y en el 2014 se llegó a una estrategia que se llama el plan.
Hopefully I can still be heard. Yeah, this CARICOM single ICT space, and that is conceived as a harmonized ecosystem of policies, legislation, and regulation for ICT across the whole of CARICOM. And apart from the harmonized ecosystem, we're looking to create also common frameworks for service providers and consumers, so similar types of standards, technical standards, and so on across the region. Robust and resilient broadband infrastructure, government networks and e-services, and regional collaborations in security. And this concept was formalized. So this is basically the vision. So we have this as what we see as a kind of digital layer of CARICOM, which would foster and support development of industries throughout the region, because ICT is cross-cutting. Everybody is using it now. In fact, well, especially now, but even then, it was seen as a key tool for the advancement and development of so many of our industries. So in 2017, this document was developed called the Vision and Roadmap for the Single ICT Space. And it was approved by the heads of government. So at the highest strategic level of the Caribbean community, this vision was adopted. And that has been the guiding principle essentially in developing infrastructure, developing legislation and regulations around the Caribbean with respect to ICT. One good example of that came to fruition this year, 2022, was a declaration that was signed between CARICOM and our main service provider around the Caribbean. One of them, Digicel, operates in like 18 territories in the region. The other one is Cable and Wireless. They operate in about 14 territories in the region. And the two of them signed with CARICOM an agreement for significant reductions in roaming rates around the Caribbean. And this was seen as one of the key elements of making real the CARICOM single ICT space. And the types of reductions that were declared were like from 74% to 90% or so, because that was definitely recognized as a key barrier to the greater development of Caribbean industry. So those implementations are taking place right now, and I expect, well, up to when I left Trinidad last week, there had not yet been a public announcement, but we are expecting public announcements to be made by the two signatory carriers that these things are now in place. So those are, well, that's the strategic background as far as what's going on in the Caribbean. You asked me also about CTU. CTU plays a leading role in driving these developments. The vision and roadmap for single ICT space that I mentioned, CTU led the group that produced that document, and that was a group of what we call the CARICOM ICT cluster of agencies, and that includes the CTU, the Caribbean Broadcasting Union, the CARICOM Impacts. CARICOM Impacts is another of the CARICOM institutions that focuses on implementing citizen and cybersecurity. Right, so their focus is security. Another group that was involved is called CARICAD, and they deal with the human resource development aspects of it, and of course the CARICOM Secretariat themselves. So these work together to produce this, and the CTU retains a leading role in supporting member states in implementing the policies of the planned single ICT space. I'll probably stop there for the moment, and we'll deal with the other aspects as they come up. Thank you.
Okay, muchas gracias.
Thank you. Thank you for raising the issue relative to the Caribbean region, because this is very important in the local digital market. and there is a need to innovate in terms of regulatory frameworks, and in particular the private and public partnerships, and also to highlight the role of CARICOM in this field. Let me now refer to the case in Uruguay. Uruguay's case is an example of regional leadership in the region. In terms of digital strategy, Uruguay has led the digital agenda for a long time. It has been a source of inspiration for many programs as well that were created in Uruguay and then implemented in other Latin American countries, especially in the field of education. They had pioneering programs that inspired many other countries, not only in education but also in social field. So I would now like to ask Mercedes, who is Mercedes Aramendia, who's the president of the Regulatory Unit of Communication Services. My question is, what is Uruguay's situation in terms of making digital services universal? And what kind of lessons learned can you point out to other countries so that they can also move towards this objective of a regional digital market? That mic is not working. No, okay, now it's working. Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us today. It's a great honor to host this ELAC 2024 meeting. Let me welcome our good friends of Latin America and the Caribbean who will be here with us for several days. And I hope we can work together for the development of the region. As you said, the reality in Uruguay is that we've been working on this for a long, long time so as to get to figures that are really good, that show that Uruguay's reality in digitalization and universal use of ITs have increased incrementally over the years. And this is not just by chance. It was not something that appeared overnight. It's not the consequence of one or two leaders. To get to this point, we followed many dynamic policies with clear objectives, looking for dialogue and joint work involving different public and private stakeholders. Working together is one of the key elements to develop trust and to work together. As Mariliana said, we know that connectivity is the foundation, the backbone for digital transformation. In this sense, we are very proud to say that in terms of LTE connectivity, we are around 23% of coverage in the country, and in terms of 3G, 95% coverage. In terms of fiber optics, we are around covering 83% of households with fiber optics. And in 2021, 77% will also have Wi-Fi services. In terms of access to equipment, because it's not enough with just connectivity. That's not enough. We need devices, equipment, and they need to be universal. So our country today has over 90% of the population with access to smartphones and other devices in the household. In terms of different uses of the service, there has been an evolution which reflects uses and habits at the level of individuals, because organizations are people, social individuals with habits, and the way we consume services, the way we do our activities varies. And we see this in market reports and in preferences. We know that traditional services like traditional telephone services or texting or subscribers television, the trend is to consume more and more data because the way in which people use services varies. Streaming is growing, applications become universal like WhatsApp, and we have less and less people who would use a traditional telephone to call others. They use their cell phones instead. And this will awaken challenges because regulation in general was thought for a situation that was very different.
So it's important to acknowledge that the situation has changed and also to identify which are the needs and the realities so as to adapt things to whatever has to be adapted to and eliminate things that are no longer valid and give an adequate response to these challenges. One of the challenges is the digital agendas. We believe that it is necessary to have regional agreements in order to identify the objectives, the goals, to measure them, to make necessary changes in order to adapt to the challenges, and this has also to be adapted to the challenges of each country. Uruguay is in its 5th digital agenda, and if we look at the evolution of the agenda, it responds to social needs. There are new objectives which were not there 2 years ago. For example, cybersecurity. Cybersecurity is becoming a very significant challenge, and we have to work on this topic and also cooperate. As you know, all of these issues don't have borders, and it is necessary to coordinate our endeavors. Another key aspect is education and digital skills. People need to make good use of the tools and the possibilities that technologies offer. On the other hand, we need entrepreneurs, we need startups, and we need an evolution and a good definition of the various fields in which we are working. For example, the fintechs and the coordination of payment means, their use with confidence so that people are aware of the measures and the rules in place. All this will give a boost to regional markets, but there are other aspects, for example, digital identity, digital signature, on which we have also made progress, and other topics we should mention. For example, this week we have been working on within the communication group at the Mercosur, the Southern Corn Market, and we are making progress in this agenda for example, with regard to the digital agenda, and this is very important to develop the digital economy. Also, the roaming and other services. The roaming is already included in our regulations, but we need other countries to do the same so that people can benefit from these agreements, which are very necessary indeed. So there are many fields in which we have to continue working. I believe that new technologies are very good. We have to pay attention to some aspects, for example, protecting privacy, the use of data, protecting labor relations, privacy I mentioned, cybersecurity. But I believe that artificial intelligence is very good. We have to educate people, and we have to look at the various possibilities of use in order to maximize benefits. And then we have the challenge of the development of 5G technology. Uruguay was the first country to use this technology in Latin America, but there are still many challenges ahead. The government has announced that there will be a tender for 5G, and competition is good. It's important that enterprises trust us and that they invest so that society as a whole can benefit from them. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mercedes, for your comments and also for giving us an update on the digital agenda that Uruguay is putting in place, which is indeed an inspiration for the rest of the region. And let me come back to something you mentioned. You mentioned with regard to the digital aspects that they are within the priorities of the Mercosur, the Southern Corn Common Market. This is a very important element in order to give a boost to the regional market. This market has to recognize the importance of digital matters and the fact that these measures have not been implemented yet in many countries indicate that it's a complex topic and it is necessary to streamline and align the legal frameworks in many countries. Now, Rodrigo Acosta, who is the head of the Physical and Digital Department of the Latin America Integration Association, we are going to give Rodrigo the floor because he is one of the main players in the negotiations that have taken place within the digital regional agenda, the digital economy, the infrastructure, new enterprises. This is something he has been working on. So I want to ask him about the progress of the digital agenda from the perspective of integration mechanisms, the role of Aladi, but also other commerce blocks. And Mercedes mentioned the importance of digital signatures. So what's your point of view? Can we advance in this region? Can it be recognized in many countries? Thank you very much, Mario. It's a great pleasure to share this space with you and make a presentation. I see that there is sign language interpretation, and I don't know whether the interpreter will be able to interpret my Portuñol mixture of Portuguese and Spanish. But anyway, I'm going to speak slowly. So on behalf of the Secretary General of Aladi, Mr. Sergio Abreu, I would like to thank you for this invitation and also greet my colleagues in this panel. In order to describe the progress of the digital economy, I would like to mention two studies that Aladi has just published. One of them analyzes the situation of the digital economy in the member countries of Aladi, and the other one analyzes the disciplines and the commitments of Aladi countries vis-à-vis other countries, whereas in the region or outside of Latin America and the Caribbean. The result of these studies is the following. First of all, there is an internal diagnosis. In Aladi, we have 13 member countries, and we receive replies from 9 of them. And we see that all of the topics related to the digital economy, for example, cybersecurity, the digital signature, paperless trade, single window for foreign trade, and I could mention many more. All of the countries said that they do have a digital agenda. The second study we just published concerning commitments and disciplines shows that the member countries of the associations have signed agreements with other countries. And they have even signed agreements with Asian countries, but sometimes they don't have agreements with their own neighbors. And with regard to our vision, taking into account the experiences of the Mercosur, the Andean community, here my colleague Diego maybe can give you more details, the Alliance of the Pacific. Well, we see that the topics in the agenda is similar in many cooperation agreements, but what we don't see very often is convergence. That is to say, bodies or organizations that speak with each other in order to make progress towards a common goal. And going back to the digital signature, and this was your initial question, this is a matter in which we want to make progress because it's an essential matter. It would unblock many other topics. Once we have a mutual recognition agreement of digital signature, for example, we could imagine an electronic bill of lading or an electronic certificate of origin or a certificate of studies from another country that contains a digital signature. So in few words, the agenda is progressing at different speeds. Some blocks move faster, I would say, than others. And let me give you the example of the Andean community that has a supranational legal framework. So once the decision is made, it enters into force immediately, and this allows for faster progress. While the Mercosur is subject to the amendments of the legal frameworks of the various countries so that they can put in place the decisions made at the level of the Mercosur organization and put them into practice. So the progress is moving at different speeds for various organizations and various countries, and in order to make faster progress, it is necessary to achieve greater convergence and cooperation between organizations and also within ALADI. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Rodrigo. So you mentioned paperless trade, and without any doubt, this is a priority for the region. And the progress achieved with regard to digital signatures is really music for our ears. So we welcome the progress that Mercosur is making. And of course, it is necessary to implement a regulatory framework in this regard in various countries, but without any doubt, the digital signature will favor integration of trade and also of services and products. Now, with regard to this strategy, there is another integration mechanism that has been very active, the Andean community. And we have here Diego Falcedo, who is the Director General of the General Secretariat of the Andean community. So, Diego, from your point of view, and based on your experience, which are the challenges concerning digitalization from the point of view of governance, but also from the point of view of regulations? Many, many thanks, Mario, and good afternoon, everyone. It's a great honor to be sharing this panel with such great experts, and I would like to thank ECLAC for this invitation and Uruguay for its hospitality. Your question is very important. So let me give you some background. The Andean community has been thinking on telecommunications for 20 years. It's in our mission to promote the development of telecommunications. 21 years ago, we established the Telecommunications Andean Committee, and in this forum we have tried to harmonize public policies among Andean countries, and we had some important milestones. The General Secretariat is a facilitator that supports the 4 countries to build up these public policies. As Rodrigo said, maybe the most important thing in our Andean countries is the fact that regulations have a supranational character. This is a great advantage. We don't need to go through an assembly or through Congress, so that the decisions made at an annual level become binding for the 4 countries and can be implemented immediately. The committee that is composed by telecommunications authorities of 4 countries, try to develop ICTs with flexibility, a flexibility that is required by the sectors. So there have been some important milestones, as I've said, and at the moment we have been able to consolidate in a holistic or comprehensive manner the digital progress. At the moment, we are working on the roaming, which is another milestone. It entered into force between 21 and 22, and recently there has been another Andean decision concerning the rights of the telecommunications users. And this is an important factor that is related to the digital agenda. But at the moment, we are in another field. We're working in a different field, which is a Andean digital agenda, and we have a roadmap with 5 pillars. For example, digital transformation from the point of view of governance, digital economy, digital talent, infrastructure and connectivity, and the new technologies, thinking of a long-term sustainability. Uruguay is already in its 5th agenda, and this is something to be envied. But at least we do have a roadmap, and this is an important factor. So, governance, as you mentioned, is based on the possibility that public players in our 4 countries can work on the basis of our roadmap. And this requires not only the necessary regulations, but also projects that support the digital agenda. This morning, we were in another event with APEC, and the project of interoperability for foreign trade was mentioned during this panel in order to favor digitalization of trade among our 4 Andean countries, so that digital proceedings facilitates trade. We want to harmonize with this project more than 500 fields that should be contained in 11 documents, and we are talking about more than 4 million operations of foreign trade, and this figure is growing. This tool should not alter the platforms that Colombia and Peru already have within the Pacific Alliance, or Ecuador or Bolivia. We want to integrate the 4 countries like a highway that will allow documents to circulate online between the 4 countries without altering or affecting the platforms already in use in the 4 countries. So this from the public side. But there's another project we are encouraging and trying to develop, which is the Center of Phytosanitary Intelligence that is studying some diseases that have come up in the region in order to give an early warning to the farmers in the region against these diseases. So one strong pillar is to work on regulations that have to be constantly harmonized. And secondly, some projects that help common citizens. Thank you very much, Diego. So this is the first round of questions, but we have a few minutes still for a second round of questions that should be shorter. Maybe we could take about 10, 12 minutes, and it would be interesting to discuss the paradox of e-trade in Latin America. We have had a lot of studies and analysis on e-trade during these last months, and the Secretary General of ECLAC in his presentation showed the huge increase of digital services in the region in the context of the pandemic. This was a forced development of digitalization in our region and in the world, and I would say that our region gave a leap of several years in the context of the pandemic. Some proceedings that were developing very slowly, really progressed very quickly, and this also happened in the health sector. Now, there is a paradox that has been concerning us, and I'm referring mainly to e-trade. The rates are about 30%, and we have been working with our colleagues to develop a platform of e-trade in the region. However, the question of e-trade is still affected by borders, and there is a certain stagnation in this regard. We don't see a significant change, and the cross-border e-trade is still complicated, and when it exists, it uses international platforms, for example, products from the US, Europe, China, etc. Digital e-trade, however, between Latin American countries is still a challenge and is still facing significant restrictions. So in this context, can you tell us something in this regard? I would like to know the point of view of each one of your respective institutions, and know what each one of them is doing. And let me start with Maria Elena, that maybe can give us the point of view of the private sector and enterprises and describe some good practices and cooperation opportunities, and also the progress that is being made in the digital regional market. Thank you very much. As you said, e-trade is key, and I think that it is a reflection of what is happening with platforms. The transnational phenomenon is something that is happening not only in Latin America, but also on a global level. The platforms have merits. We have to acknowledge that the processes have been very well traced, that they're very clear and well established, but still we have not been able to do this in Latin America yet. However, I see that significant efforts are being made, and there are some platforms, for example, Mercado Libre, which is a platform that exists in several countries. And within the country, the platform is operating, and it is a Latin American platform in some cases. It's more generalized. Now, with regard to the possibilities of e-trade, like many digital solutions, it is necessary to go through the telecommunications networks. Without them, they would not exist. The pandemic accelerated the processes of e-trade, but other digital processes as well, and telecommunication networks, which were supporting increases in traffic up to 40%, were capable of supporting these sudden changes in traffic that were required by the pandemic situation. During the first 6 months, the progress was the one that we had envisaged for several years with regard to digital development. And this is very good because it means anchors in the demand for telecommunication services. However, it's also true that as an industry, we need new developments. As I mentioned before, it's necessary to update and develop the regulations to keep the pace of digital development. And when we talk of good practices, we cannot forget the case of Brazil, that has made comprehensive work in digital matters. From the point of view of the industry, there has been a change in telecommunications regulations, and, for example, licenses were increased, renewals were allowed, and the regulatory framework was refreshed. And then another challenge is the taxes that are applied to the industry, but also to certain appliances or devices in particular. For example, Brazil made amendments to change the taxes that are applied to the Internet of Things, and I could mention other cases, but these were the steps that were taken by the country before the 5G tender in which 90% of the spectrum is applied to the development of the sector and also to issue obligations. So this is very important progress in the region because of the size of the country, because of its impact, and also because Brazil has consistently been making adjustments and has created a fund for universal services. Any adjustments that are made in any field, where it's the legal framework or the field of international treaties, what is very important is a dialogue with the industry and with the whole ecosystem, in fact, because this is a very delicate ecosystem that is very complex and requires the participation of the main stakeholders in the discussions so that the final product is a product that has come up from these discussions and has been built in the right way. So Brazil is a good case in point. I could mention other examples. For example, the prices that have gone down in Panama, some laws in Brazil, Peru, Costa Rica, or the digital agenda in which ECLAC has had a fundamental role. This is a dialogue that has allowed us to identify the small elements that are stopping digitalization or hindering digitalization. And let me mention a final example. During the pandemic, the commissioners of one of the Latin American countries told us that they had to go in person to sign a resolution because they couldn't sign it electronically. The rule established that the signature had to be made by hand. So this is, for example, an amendment that is required in order to improve the situation based on a reflection about the whole ecosystem, so that the telecommunications structure is at the level required for inclusive digitalization in the region.
Thank you, Maria Elena. I will ask you for 2 minutes only. I'll give the floor to Nigel Casimire. My question has to do with please mention implementation challenges you have faced. How did you go about these challenges?
Yes, thank you. The challenges we face in the Caribbean have been some predictable and some not so predictable. Of course, financing is typical. What we are dealing with is, as I said, 20 member countries and territories, each with their own government budgets and so on, and local priorities. So finding funding or regular funding for regional projects has been a bit of a challenge. Sometimes we make progress and sometimes we don't. I mentioned the CARICOM single ICT space, for example. The funding for that has been not ideal, fits and starts, essentially. Another challenge has been fostering full cooperation among the group and meaningful practical cooperation. So agreements might be reached at the regional level, but the physical implementations in the nations, have been moving at different paces. To address that, CARICOM has recently started introducing what I would call enhanced implementation mechanisms, so that we don't necessarily need all 20 to move forward at the same time, but some coalitions of the willing are allowed. You know, once you have, I think is at a minimum about 5 countries ready to move, implementations on certain initiatives can move forward. Small markets, I mentioned the last time, making the business cases for investment is a growing challenge. And we've had discussions with our main service providers in recent weeks, actually, where they have stated plainly that they don't see where investment in 5G technology is going to come from based on the market conditions and the business cases that they have been looking at so far. So dialogue continues between the regulators, well, the government's regulators and the service providers to you know, basically try to find solutions to that, and the CTU is playing or stands to play a leading role in that as a broker of these discussions and policy proposals that would come forward. The regulators have also complained that in the different territories, we still have some significant divergence in how the regulators operate and what the regulations are and so on. So one of the things that is currently being evaluated, in fact requested by the heads of government, where I mentioned the highest strategic level is looking at the single ICT space. We are working on a feasibility report of establishing a single regulator, or at least a single regulatory framework within the Caribbean, so that we can facilitate investment by the private sector even better than now. We're not doing too badly right now. I mean, if you look at mobile penetration in most of the islands, you will find that it's more than 100%. Fixed line broadband penetration is lower, you know, typically like between 30 and 50% in most of the islands. And there are a couple outlier cases where the countries are fairly big, Guyana, Suriname, Belize, for example, where you could still probably find some significant unserved and underserved areas in the hinterlands of those countries. So going forward, I think there's going to be more of a focus on digital inclusion. We are at the CTU seeking to strengthen our own institution and take a more aggressive action to coordinate and engage with member states and operators to push progressive public policies forward. In fact, within CTU this year, we have a new focus on research and analysis to foster more evidence-based policy making. And we've hired a senior research analyst to do the research, analyze the market for us, and help us to come up with more sustainable policies. Collaboration is another thing. The CTU is pushing collaborations, and in fact recently signed an agreement with Comtelca, CITEL, Regulatel to share expertise among ourselves. And we continue to try to forge common approaches to dealing with things like digital identification, helping our member states to update their electronic transactions legislations and so on, and common approaches to over-the-top services and so on. So those are some of the challenges and some of the actions that we're taking to overcome and move forward. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Nigel. Mercedes, how about talking about your main challenges in 2-3 minutes? What do you think is fundamental today for you to generate this capacity of anticipating things? Well, in Uruguay, we have many challenges which evolve, are constant. Science, technology, and innovation always surprise us. And this implies new challenges that we need to identify and then work on them so as to really take advantage and benefit the whole of society. First of all, I would like to say that Uruguay has a challenge in terms of the Science, Technology and Innovation Strategic Plan. We now have a plan started in 2010. We've been working on this plan for quite some time, also at the level of CONICET. We want to evaluate the development, the evolution that started in 2010, so that we learn from these lessons, so that in the new plan we can innovate and improve whatever is necessary. In this new plan, we look for the good examples of the digital agenda of Uruguay, especially the digital transformation of the state, how we evolved, how we measured the real needs of the population. We also have a challenge in digital transformation in the public sector and also for small and medium-sized companies, so that we can help them grow and be part of this digitalized world. We have challenges in education to incorporate basic digital skills so that individuals are part of this digital world, so no one is left behind, and this is quite fundamental. Also, quality in connectivity is important. We know that in cities, connectivity is better than in rural areas or in the periphery. So we need to take action so that regardless of the area where you live in the country, you may have quality connectivity so that you can study, work, keep in touch with your family, and so on. So we do not suffer a difference because we live in a remote area. Also, the challenge of 5G is something the region needs to work on, and we need to look for more cases of good usage so that we can innovate and have a right use of data, because data help us make more informed decisions in real time, and then we see better results. At the same time, it is important to generate ecosystems, to work in collaboration, not just public-private partnerships. When we talk about public, we involve different agencies and institutions and entities, because there are many public entities with different skills that contribute so that the overall result is better. And we need to coordinate and work together across public and private fields with a permanent dialogue. And in closing, I will add that it is crucial to have this type of activity of exchanging, listening to others from different countries. And I want to give you an example as regulators. The industry complained about a regulation for the importation of Bluetooth and Wi-Fi devices. And the reality was that this affected the fact of people accessing devices. So we listened to the industry and we changed that regulation. So a good decision is to listen and to take steps to facilitate, to enable changes and overcome obstacles and turn obstacles into drivers. Well, we've seen a red card. We only have 1 minute left for you, Rodrigo and Diego. Is there anything you would like to add? Well, I'll take advantage of the fact that we're close to the World Cup. I saw the red card, but we are still in the playing field. All right, very quickly. I want to talk about the capacity within the Latin American Integration Association, ALADI. We have an association with a legal framework that is very important. You mentioned the importance of legal frameworks. These are partial agreements that may involve one or two or more countries within ALADI. and we have 13 countries in ELADI. What is more important, this is not limited to ELADI member countries. You have other countries from the Latin American region, even from outside Latin America, can sign agreements that are deposited at this association of integration. And this is very important for the legal framework. If you think about trade, you need legal security. Otherwise, you will not get involved in trading. And in closing, I would like to highlight other features of ELADI that can support electronic trade. We have a training center, a virtual training center with free of charge courses like good practices in e-trade. And it teaches participants what to do, what not to do in e-trade. We have the small and medium-sized platforms with different training centers, information centers, logistics centers to support small SMEs in the region, and also cooperation agreements and different initiatives we carry out. For example, with ECLAC, we organize workshops on e-commerce, and we try to foster this e-trade in the region. I only have 30 seconds, but basically, I will say that the challenge is to implement the digital agenda. This is a medium to long-term agenda. And regarding e-commerce, this is very important. In the Andean countries, we use the internet highly, but the use of e-commerce is very low. Compared with OECD countries, we lag behind. So we need to work that feature from the perspective of micro, small, and medium-sized companies. And most of them belong to this category, and they are not digitalized. So our effort is focused on these micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises in the Andean region. That's our greatest challenge. As an initiative, we are reorienting the observatory for micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises with a broad project that seeks to identify specific actions at the level of the 4 countries to provide space for those enterprises to become digital and reach the level that we expect. That would be a very punctual initiative. And then we will continue working on regulations that will be set out in parallel to the digital agenda. These are the short-term challenges. Well, thank you, Diego. And with this, we conclude the panel. I thank you all for your interventions. It has been extremely interesting and a very fruitful exchange of ideas. And we will keep on working with a very positive engagement. And now we will have a short break, a 15-minute break, yes? And a big round of applause for the panel members. We thank Mario Castillo for moderating the panel. So we have 15 to 20 minutes break, and we'll come back with the last panel for the afternoon.
Yes. Can I get one of your scarves?
unos segunditos que estamos.
We are about to start. We need to solve some streaming issues. In the meantime, well, good afternoon once again for those of you who are joining us in the streaming transmission. Thank you for waiting for a few minutes while we solve this technical issue. So now we are ready to start. We have some announcements to make. The delegates, the representatives of member states and observers will meet at 5 p.m. in room 2A2B. Our next session is a panel on innovation, entrepreneurship, and the digital transformation, triggers and catalysts for development. We have Mr. Raúl Katz, Director of Business Strategy Research at Columbia University and President of Telecom Advisory Services. Mr. Oscar Robles, Chief Executive Officer of the Latin American and Caribbean Internet Addresses Registry. Mr. Enrique Topolansky, Professor at the Center for Innovation and Entrepreneurship, ORT University in Uruguay. Amilcar Pereira, Secretary General of the Uruguayan Chamber of Informative Technologies. Chris Castello, Manager of Solutions Architecture for South America of Amazon Web Services. The moderator will be Guillermo Anjo, Regional Specialist of the Science of UNESCO here in Uruguay. Guillermo, you have the floor. We lost some few minutes, so we'll go straight into your presentation. Raúl, you have something to say before we start? That mic is not working. We cannot hear him. Well, I will trigger off the topic. I will provoke you and invite you to react. And this will help us as dynamics for the next session. So I will start by talking about the main issues relative to innovation and entrepreneurship. Look at the right table. It will show you the economic growth of GDP in Latin America from 2018 to 2022 with projections based on the two first quarters. Here we have information that was mentioned over and over again during the meeting. It shows the fall in the region during the pandemic. This region was the most effective worldwide, and then a recovery in 2021 and stability in around 3% rate. We are recovering, but not in the terms we were at pre-pandemic. And this is reflected in structural issues that the region suffers. This is what we already knew. Now, the main points in my presentation lead to this result. I will start by saying that innovation and digitalization are the dynamics for recovery and development in the region. And I'm mentioning development because all we did as econometric exercises to quantify the economic and social impact of digitalization and ICTs shows that even before the pandemic, the effects were important. And during the pandemic, those countries that were further developed from the point of view of adopting technologies or digitalization were able to mitigate the effect, the negative effect of the pandemic. So somehow there was an additional contribution to the normal effect that we see from what happened after 2020. So within this framework, however, what we see in the region is that sometimes these shocks are not materialized as we expect, according to the studies undertaken worldwide. And why is this so? The deeper I go into the problem, I find institutional barriers. Institutional because I see some coordination failures across different entities that are part of the innovation ecosystem, the public sector, the private sector, the different entities in the public sector, academia, and also lack of coordination. This is a term that comes from the theory of game that says that if two parts are coordinated and agree on how to work forward, both will benefit. However, due to information asymmetry, I do not know what the other party is going to do, or because of different interests, and there is a failure. So what I am saying is that somehow what we would expect as an economic impact of digitalization and innovation in general does not come as a result of coordination failures. I also see a lack of what we call in institutional theory horizontal and vertical coherence. Horizontal coherence means that all ministries and entities in charge of fostering innovation development are not aligned. And this is something that was raised in some of the panels, even in the presentation by Leo, who talked about the importance of horizontal coordination. And in terms of the vertical coordination, we have coordination of the central state and the different subnational governments. How this orientation that could be stemming from the central power does not impact decisions taken by city or province governments or municipal governments. So all these institutional barriers create the need to solve the issue. And my hypothesis is, if we do not solve them, we will not be able to have an impact through technologies and digitalization in the development of production of a country. There are no formulas for these. We need to be pragmatic. There is no one silver bullet. So if we have examples from developed countries, those examples can be useful, but we need to understand the specific reality of Latin America, even at the level of each country. Somehow, this is the line that I will present during my presentation. And to start with, I will change the screen now.
So, starting with the effects of innovation in the digital economy from left to right, we see the acceleration of a digital economy from a technological point of view, the infrastructure, the digitalization that defines how we use this infrastructure, up to the location of digital economy, that is to say the development of enterprises that are established in a territory, and then the economic impact with regard to the growth of the GDP, the productivity, employment, job creation, and the development of the local industry, which in turn has significant effects from a social point of view: reduction of the digital gap, increase of financial inclusion. Research shows that these effects, these trickle-down effects, happen from the technology to the economic and social aspects. Now, the figures prove what I just said. This slide has too many details, but if I focus on the broadband, I see an increase of penetration of the broadband of 10%. That creates an impact on the GDP of 1.47 or 1.7 in the case of mobile broadband. And this, leaving aside the effect on the economy, it's an additional effect that can exist or that can apply to the growth rates in our country. Why does this happen? Well, because the income of household increases, and micro data of household service in Latin America shows that a home that receives a broadband increases its revenue by 7% in a lapse of 2 years. Now, this is different in the case of urban or rural homes. It's more significant for men than for women. So there we have a problem of inequality that we have to solve. But in aggregate levels, there is a positive effect on household incomes, also on companies' productivity, and then on construction, because when we invest, we put people to work in construction jobs, and this is a direct and also indirect effect on construction and on many other aspects of the economy. And the figures are clear. Now, if we look at the productivity, we analyze what happens with digitalization, and we see in this slide the difference in total productivity factors between different countries of Latin America and the US. So for the same volume of inputs, the US are going to have an index of 1 based on the TFP, and Latin America will have values that are significantly lower. Our research shows that if we increase digitalization, though, there is a reduction in the gap that separates the US from Latin America. So up to now, we see positive effects. Now, why is it that Latin America productivity is not increasing? ECLAC has been saying it for a long time. There is a productivity problem and also a technological one. But what is the nature of the technological problem? Here, again, a lot of details. But you will be able to see, though, that this is the case of a Latin American country, never mind which one, but this is a textile sector, which has a value chain that goes from the reception of inputs, the manufacturing of the product, and the distribution to the market. And this is a field research that we did based on surveys to see which are the technologies that are adopted by these textile sector, and we make a difference between mature technologies, advanced technologies like the big data, the blockchain, RFID, which is not so advanced, and most important still, whether productive processes have been digitalized or not. This in the economy is known as the accumulation of intangible capital. What does it mean? I buy the technology, but what do I do with this technology then? As ECLAC has been saying, we have to restructure business processes, change the organizational structure, build the capacity of my employees. Why intangible? Because I am not buying iron bars. I am investing to assimilate this technology. And the problem is that if you look at the digitalization of productive processes in this industry, in the textile sector, in these Latin American countries, the rates are very low, which is no surprise, because if I control production in real time and I look at companies, most of them say, or half of them at least say, that the problem they have is stocks, because they don't receive the material or the inputs they need, or the quality is not the right one. And in this case, innovation is very much linked to productivity. So we have to see what's the nature of the problem, and then we have to analyze an innovation ecosystem in general terms. An innovation ecosystem has 3 cores. Firstly, the companies, that they can be SMEs, which are 90% of the productive matrix, then the startups or big companies. And then going back, we have research and capacity building. And then we have the policies at a local and national level. And all this should function adequately if we had the adequate conditions in the framework, financial conditions, incentives to investment, and the demand should also function properly. Also, the structure should be deployed adequately. If all these function adequately, there is a virtuous circle. But what happens in Latin America? This is where we see the lack of coordination. Then we see in the upper right angle that we have taxes which may be symmetrical, for example, for the telecommunications industry. And if there are lots of taxes, the capacity of deploying networks is reduced. So this means asymmetry because the telecommunications sector is taxed more heavily, and also this sector is fundamental for the productive system. And this is the first failure, going down, lack of vertical consistency. The government of the city or the province are not necessarily pushing in the same direction as the national government. Then ministerial coordination. And here there are fundamental problems. The various ministries do not articulate their position in a consistent way in order to work all in the same direction. Lack of coordination in education programs, high costs for access to capital, logistics problems. For example, the truck leaves the factory and loses the internet connection before getting to the port. And this happens in Germany and also in Latin America. Limited access to credits for SMEs and so on. So this means lack of coordination that don't allow the virtuous circle to function properly. Now, the paradox in Latin America is that, leaving all this aside, there are some brilliant points. There are national champions, unicorns, and in the case of startups, only in Brazil there are 360 startups in the agricultural sector. 2,400 fintech platforms in the continent, very high penetration of the broadband and in the cloud, clusters that are functioning very well, and also public institutions that are somehow promoting innovation. So this is the core of the Latin American paradox, lack of coordination and failures, but on the other hand, many things that show us that we are functioning well to some extent. Now, the issue is the spillovers. All these functions well, but we are linking our trends to the technologies across the borders. So how can we automate the textile firm, and how can we recenter the innovative effects so that they focus on national companies? So my proposal is we have to be pragmatic and creative. We have to assume that, with a few exceptions, maybe Uruguay, there is limited coordination capacity, both vertical and horizontal, between governance, all the various layers of government, especially at a central level. We need more coordination, otherwise we are going to miss the train at a world level. And we have to tell the central government, you have to set the basis with a certain vision and with a good direction for innovation strategies. And your main responsibility is to work on human capital. This is one of my concerns because it is related to job destruction, the need to retrain the labor force, the creation of more human capital in IT companies. We are educating in all of our countries 50% of what the industry needs in IT experts. And local governments are fundamental when implementing the strategy. The clusters of Bariloche, of Santa Fe, of Medellin, in Cundinamarca, these are the centers in which technology really becomes stronger. And also we have to have a strategy that is adapted to the productive needs of the most important sectors, those that move the needle. It's interesting to have 260 startups in fintech, but I would like to have as many in agriculture or in manufacture and in innovation. Many times we repeat the examples that are being developed in other countries. Fourthly, we have to acknowledge that there are many examples of leadership of the academia, and we have to let the university act. We see that there are some universities that develop technology transfer programs that are very dynamic and contribute to create a cluster around them. This we saw in Germany with the biotechnology cluster in Munich. So sometimes the academic sector can be very dynamic. Thirdly, we have to acknowledge that the private sector, the investment capital, and development banks are the engines of innovation. So how can we include them in the matrix so that they continue contributing to fulfill our needs? From this point of view, maybe we won't have this ecosystem functioning harmoniously and in a virtual mode, but we have to leverage the most important areas so that we can solve the pressure points and make progress with regard to innovation and digitalization. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Raúl. You said you were going to be provocative, and indeed you opened a lot of questions. You described an ecosystem that has systemic problems, virtues, and defects. And in any case, well, I welcome your comment, but our challenge now is that we have half an hour left. This would be something that we could discuss during 3 days. But here we have several of the players of the ecosystem. Does any of you want to make a reflection on the challenges that Raúl has just described? Or should I ask you to take the floor? Don't be shy. So we have infrastructure and institutionality, the academia, the various chambers, industry, etc. You all have something to say. Oh, here, Amilcar, I see you want to take the floor. Thank you very much. So firstly, it's a great pleasure to be here, being hosted by, or actually being the hosts of people from many countries. We are very proud to welcome you all. From the point of view of enterprises, what Raúl just described is very important. There is a central issue in the development of the capabilities we have in our countries. I think that Uruguay may be a very special country because of our size. Every time we think of an enterprise or a new endeavor, or we establish our line of work, we don't think of it just for our market. We also think at an international level, and we have an initiative called Test Uruguay. It says, well, come, try our country, innovate, and then this will become a launching platform for the rest of Latin America. And now we are establishing an innovation hub, and we are bringing in very important companies of the world so that they have one leg in Uruguay. We will build here the ecosystem, and we have a launching platform for many fields, for example, artificial intelligence, open innovation, etc. So maybe the case of Uruguay is different from other countries. Now, Raúl, you spoke about human talent, and this is a challenge. Companies in Uruguay at the moment face this deficit, the lack of skilled labor. Companies that have grown have 30, 40, 50% of staff based in other countries. But this shortage of skilled labor is happening elsewhere, and we are working with the academia to train human resources. But there's a bigger problem. Young people now are not choosing to study IT curricula, and this is a failure for our young people from our side and for their families. IT companies should offer them quality and flexible jobs, motivating jobs. Young people are not choosing these options because the study plans, the curricula, for example, on the one hand, also the fear of maths, there are changes that countries have to make in the curricula, for example, and many educational products, so that these young people are taken where there is demand and also where they may have a good life quality. But on the other hand, we are thinking what to do so that this does not apply only to IT industries. CUTI is part of a confederation of entrepreneurial chambers, and we have just launched an initiative called Uruguay for Knowledge, and all the chambers, cattle breeding, industrial chamber associations, etc., we are making joint efforts with the government and the industry so that this precious good, which is knowledge and skills for young people and value that is added to the ecosystem when they have greater technological capacities, is developed. With Omar, we were discussing this during coffee break. We need, with the IT companies, more and more people that come from various disciplines. The user experience requires psychologists, artists, and a good understanding of reality from various points of view in order to develop an IT solution. So from my own point of view, I think that this is a very big challenge in our country and elsewhere. I think that the interaction between the government and the firms has to be the right one. I think that this is happening very well in Uruguay, but it's an ecosystem, and we have to work together. On the side of the industry, we have to have clear objectives, but also governments have to create the right conditions so that we can develop our business. Thank you very much. And this is a comment to Enrique, because that relates to Enrique's job, because you spoke of human resources. So, Enrique, well,
no.
We cannot hear you. First of all, I would like to thank you for your invitation. It's an honor to share this panel with such great experts. And I would like to come back to what Amilcar just said, the question of training human resources. And I would like to describe what happened in the university sector in Uruguay, which became more dynamic when private universities were created. This went hand in hand with the technological evolution. Uruguay was a pioneer with the first training courses in IT, and then the birth of the first IT companies. Raúl just said it. A key issue here is the capacity to react to the market, and for me this is a key issue. I see the speed with which new products are launched nowadays to the market. You were describing competences and advanced technologies, artificial intelligence, analytical intelligence, where these last years so many postgraduate courses have come up in our market. And also, for example, the MIT has been brought to Uruguay in order to develop a postgraduate degree in artificial intelligence and analytic intelligence. Well, I think that Uruguay is not a typical case, as you were saying, Raúl, but I think that the university, the academia is working jointly with companies. And I will describe, for example, the first incubator of technological basis in 2000. Think how many of you had an incubator and IT entrepreneurs in 2000? Well, very few countries, I would say. So we see that we are able to read very quickly the growth of the IT sector. And we started in 2000, 2001, 2002, and there were zero entrepreneurs, and many people were saying, this is not working, what are you doing? But I was lucky because I established the first incubator in Uruguay, and we were criticized. People were saying, well, this is something for Silicon Valley. It doesn't make any sense for you to do it in Uruguay. Until 2005, when 3 students of our university created what is today the first unicorn in Uruguay. It is called Pedidos Ya, and it is the biggest food delivery company in Uruguay. And now we have 3 unicorns that were born in our university, the ORT. So I'm going to talk now about the early stage. We have an innovation system, and from a conceptual point of view, students are not trained anymore to become employees. We want to change their DNA. We want them to have a profile that is good for innovation. Now, we are not training enough students, so much so that with a Rotary Club and with our chamber, we created a program called Innovation Technologies, and with a boot camp, we wanted to achieve the employability of these young people. And for this, the government granted us tax exemption. So we had the government, the Chamber of Innovation Technologies, and the Rotary Club that were the mentors that were supporting these young people, because it's not enough to put them in the classroom. They have to be supported. So Raúl, you are talking about reaction capacity and other matters. And I see an ecosystem that is maturing very quickly and is capable of reading what's happening in the market and to train people, although the speed is not fast enough yet. And then I finish by saying that the pandemic was very helpful. Why? Well, I'll tell you about something that was key in our case, using digitalization to survive to the pandemic. I'm not saying anything new so far. What you do not know is that our university now in every classroom has high flex equipment. And thanks to this, we grew 30% in the number of students this last year. Where does the growth come from? From the deep rural areas. So strategically, we were saying we are going to open a campus in the north of the country. But nowadays, it doesn't make sense in Uruguay to have more than one campus. We are having amazing results with high flex technologies that forced us to train many professors, almost all of them. And unfortunately, many heroes of the past had to leave and new heroes came up. This is my final concept. Thank you very much, Enrique. Do you want to add something? Yes, thank you very much to ECLAC, and thank you very much to Uruguay. I work at Amazon Web Services, and most of you know Amazon as Amazon.com, but as a part of our experience in the technology of Amazon.com, which is offering retail infrastructure, And based on this experience of buying, escalating the technological infrastructure for a business that was growing very rapidly, very quickly, more than 50 years ago, we established Amazon Web Services. And for many years, it was the only cloud IT provider. So this gives us some experience in this business of cloud computing. I work with the public sector and therefore with organizations or in the health sector, in the education sector, with NGOs, with local governments, federal governments, and with the countries themselves. And very often clients ask us, what can we do to innovate? Both in the private and the public sector, this is an issue. And they ask, how can Amazon help us to innovate? And we tell them how we innovated internally and give them some tools, some guidelines, and we'll help them in practice with their first projects so that they are able to think outside of the box and also to be disruptive in the public sector. So we talk about 4 pillars. A very strong one is related to the culture. It is necessary to build the right culture to innovate. In Amazon, we have what we call the leadership principles. One of them is to be centered in the client. It can be a body, an organization, or an internal client, and we have to base all of our decisions on the client's needs. Another pillar is make quick decisions, biased action. I don't need 100% of the information when I'm assessing a problem or a need to make a decision on how to solve the problem. Sometimes with 70% of the information, I can make a quick decision. And this means a certain disruption in the public sector. So we need the right culture with strong pillars, and this goes beyond technology. So this is one aspect, culture. Then processes. And we talk about mechanisms as a process that allows us to take data or a problem as a first input in the process and then an output for a problem that is predictable and recurrent. So each organization, each department, each small team that develops technology has to have agile mechanisms, their own and not imposed, that will allow them to solve these problems and do so quickly. So culture and processes. And then the architecture. With the architecture, we need the right structure to test and to implement solutions.
Today, with the cloud, and I agree with the other panelists, we've learned a lot from the pandemic. We see today that being here in the South, to buy servers, to prepare them, to put them into operation takes months. And then you want the software to run on them, and then you start the project, and this may take years. So you need to have the right architecture, and the cloud allows you to keep those technological resources upon demand, on record times, and the cost for making mistakes is really minimal. So having the right architecture allows you to learn to experiment with the equipment in a faster way. And I could give you some examples where during the COVID pandemic, we solved issues in terms of days or weeks, no longer months or years. So we talk about architecture, we talk about processes, we talk about mechanisms. I believe that the last point has to do with organizations. How do I structure the work teams? And we have multidisciplinary teams. Digital transformation is not simply technology or technological decisions. It's not IT, it's not an area for innovation. It's a cultural issue that cuts across the whole organization. So we work with a concept that we call chupisatin, small teams that can eat 2 pizzas. And you know how many people can eat with 2 pieces of pizza. So these are small teams, very dynamic. They make quick decisions. If they make mistakes, they can recover easily. So you need small groups that may make decisions that interrelate easily so as to move forward in a very dynamic and clean way in solving. These are 4 ideas I wanted to share with you. These are 4 pillars that we put into practice with our customers to guide them to move faster in terms of innovation. Well, excellent examples that raise many questions, at least to me. But we need an infrastructure. Nothing of this will be possible without an infrastructure. So, Oscar, you can talk a little bit about that. What happens behind it? Well, I'll do my best to explain this. I want to go back to the basic part, which is infrastructure. And I want to mention 2 things. First, access. Second, quality of access. By access, I mean the percentage of penetration in a region. Not just due to the reasons that Raúl mentioned, not just to give broadband or access to the population and the implications this has on the population, but because I think this is the right thing to do. We should not forget this 30-40% that still needs to be connected. Uruguay is not the example I'm mentioning because Uruguay is the leader. It's the outstanding student that does things correctly. But the rest of the region has a challenge in terms of access. In our work, we daily coexist with internet service providers, and we see challenges which are different. In Brazil, for example, we have between 17,000 and 20,000 small internet access providers. Internet in Brazil is huge, and we are used to that. But this is not consistent with what happens in other countries. Why? Because the lack of regulation there allowed small providers to provide or resell services from large operators. At the end of the day, it was a win-win situation. The operator won, and they have multiple distributors selling for them, and they do business, and the population wins because they have 2 or 3 options. But the state also wins because the small agents play a strategic social role. If one of them does something wrong, he will disappear, but somebody else will come up. So somehow we do not require huge projects to solve the issue of access. We are also sure that this is not the only way to solve that kind of challenge. We require multiple business exercises to solve the access issue. Whatever satellites you use, if these are community networks, what happened in Argentina and Mexico, where there was a litigation to receive a secondary category spectrum because they were not thinking of becoming a commercial operator, and they were not able to pay the amounts the spectrum sold at. So, in fact, we've seen how this trend for a single business model was not as efficient. And this is a sample box of how capable we are as societies, economic actors, or states, how able we are to adjust regulatory models and operational models to solve issues such as access. So that's one challenge. The second challenge is the quality of access. I'm not referring to the speed of access, which is fundamental. But I would like to mention another element that is not much known. How good is that internet regardless of its being fast? And once again, Uruguay stands out. But in the rest of the region, we have a problem because we have a new redirection protocol in numbers for all the devices that we use. Any computer, any cell phone uses an IP address. But there are no more IP addresses. So if a state deploys an access project in a rural area, there will not be enough IP addresses to connect that population. And there will be no addresses for the rest of innovative projects or Internet of Things or smart cities or 4.0 industry, unless they deploy new protocols, which is IPv6. And Uruguay is the only country in the region with a 50% deployment. Brazil and Mexico 40%, but then the rest fall dramatically in Latin America and in the Caribbean, which are under 5%. This means that in order to grant access to the population that wants to be connected, they have to reduce the quality of internet they have today. It becomes smaller. Each of the devices connected to internet have 65,000 ports to access different applications. For us, this is transparent. But these 65,000 ports start reducing significantly when we use these mechanisms to use space. And if you want to use Google Maps or a more sophisticated app, you cannot have access to all those functions because the possibilities are closed. These are two very simple elements. Of course, the clusters, the regulatory consistency are elements that will need to be taken into account. But we cannot do that if we have not solved first the basic infrastructure elements. Thank you, Oscar. More challenges for us. And I've seen a red card. We only have 5 minutes left. You are 5 panel members, so the challenge is, please tell us what your main challenge is in the region. There are many challenges, but what do you think is the most important challenge for the region in just one tweet? Well, I think that the interventions support my thesis because we have representatives from academia, private sector, chambers of technology, civil society, and we see how this thrust or this talking about the issues requires a state that responds to all these needs. We have Uruguay in a very outstanding situation, but let us remember that the Latin American reality is not just Uruguay, nor Costa Rica, nor Brazil. Because, for example, hostility from the public sector to the private sector does exist. So let us not be confused or biased, because if you go around the region, you will see that the concept of homogeneity in Latin America is fake. There are many countries with many economic and cultural and political differences, and that creates problems. So what is your final message? I think we need to recognize the contribution of all the sectors, that not just the state or the public sector. And we have to look at the different initiatives. In terms of soft skills and digital transformation, that would require another panel. Everybody talks about digital transformation, but this is not simply developing software. It needs management of change, psychology. Well, we all know about that. So we need to educate kids. I work in a digital school in a Latin American country, and we have to educate them in digital transformation, which is very difficult. Oscar, I think, yeah, we can hear you. We have to be aware of regulatory complexity. Mercedes mentioned this in the previous panel. The processes we want to regulate become more and more complex, and they take more economic agents into account that are affected by the processes. And we need to understand that we can no longer make quick decisions as we did in the past. Now, these processes take more time, and these decisions have to be sustainable over time. And we need to get used to that. The industry has to get used to that. You should not make quick decisions. These decisions have to be sustainable. Chris, I want to mention 3 examples. One, what AGESIC did here with the vaccination system in a few days in the public sector with partners, with Genexus, Uruguayan partners that helped us with the vaccination system throughout Uruguay. This was done in a few days. The same happened in Paraguay with the Ministry of Technology. They started working in the cloud as well with the same vaccination system. In the municipality of Córdoba in Argentina, they used a cloud system for an income system that was made available and reduced its costs. They were quicker in the uptake of information for decision making. And then they migrated very quickly to dealing with citizens and trade issues and housing. This was all done by the municipal government in a very short time. 2 cases in the public sector in the University of Los Lagos in Chile. It was an online education system during 3 weeks for 11,000 people accessing education online through the cloud. So, conclusions. To really scale up these innovation seeds that are occurring in Latin America, we need a clear digital strategy. We need leadership. We need incentives so that all economic stakeholders, especially in the public sector, are willing to participate, and then also foster skills, soft skills, technical skills, and not just educate, but facilitating or enabling those skills. Well, with the modifications, that's a good tweet. Well, I started saying that Uruguayan companies work for the whole region, and we are not only focusing on the domestic market. So my reflection applies to our experience working throughout Latin America. I think that a very important element is clear rules of the game for the ecosystem. And these rules of the game come from governments. We are lucky here in Uruguay. As the President of the Republic said last week in the Test and Invest Forum, he told the investors, you can come, and then in a few years there will be another president from a different political party, but the rules of the game will be the same in Uruguay. But that reality is not found in all countries. All companies have gone through building capacities, developing systems, generating changes, but then after a change of government administration, whatever the background, everything falls down. So having an opportunity to talk with government representatives, I think that technology and the capacity to innovate and the development of this type of innovative solutions deserve policies of state and a stability in the rules of the game so that they can survive over the years. Enrique, my tweet is, the world changed, and most countries have not realized that the geographic borders are meaningless. If I had to say something specific, I think we should move towards a new mindset or education paradigm, so that we realize that a kid today may be in Brazil, Argentina, or Chile, but he could be studying in Tanzania. In the world today, digitalization went over frontiers and borders. Digitalization is accessible to all, everywhere, wherever they are. And the platforms we created allow us to do that. Many of the students we have today are not in Uruguay. And think about it. Well, thank you. I hope you enjoyed this panel.
Muchísimas gracias.
Well, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Guillermo, the moderator. Thank you all for being here today, this afternoon. And let me invite you to reconvene tomorrow at 9 a.m. So have a good evening. See you tomorrow.
Un placer. Buenísimo. La verdad que un panel impresionante.
Muchas gracias. Muy interesante, ¿no?
Sí.
La verdad.